All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. Thank you guys so much for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. And I once again want to thank you guys for being here on such short notice. As you know, the streaming schedule, especially the streaming schedule, has been a little bit chaotic, and it will remain chaotic for an unknown amount of time, hopefully not too much longer. But yeah, I do want to thank you guys for bearing with me and still showing up on short notice. But we have multiple topics to go over and discuss today. We got a few different things that I'm curious to go over with you guys. But yeah, I hope. What is today's? I'm losing track of the days. Is it Tuesday? It is Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those types of weeks, where you're just losing track of time. You don't know what's going on. Ray, what's up? Lady Gamer, Ghetto God, Tarnished, Mr. Benidorm UK, Excel 10. What is going on, guys? Yeah, it's been a busy morning for me. Still was able to get a video out, which I'm happy about. So hopefully you check that out. If not, you can check it out later. But it does seem like the news cycle has calmed down a little bit. It's Wednesday for you? Yeah, the news cycle has calmed down a little bit. Things were getting absolutely insane at the end of February. And I would say so far in March, it's been pretty decent, but you can tell it's starting to slow down, and you wonder what's coming up. It's Wednesday for you in South Korea. But let me tell you guys what topics we're going to be going over today and discussing. Lady Gamer, I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, hopefully it starts to, turn around a little bit. We have... Why are you trolling me, bro? I know it's you. John Hypocrite. Or sorry, Hypocrite? We got John Hypocrite. Not hypocrite. Hypocrite. With a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, John Hypocrite. Let me look closely at that profile picture. Who is that? I don't think that's me. Says, oh, you thought you'd be having a 2-hour meltdown over EA laying off staff after the biggest Battlefield launch ever, owned by some of the richest people on the planet, Saudis. Is that just kept for when Microsoft does layoffs? Nope. You are in luck, John Hypocrite. You are in luck. That actually is one of the topics we have to go over today. Now, granted, I am probably not going to have a 2-hour meltdown. The 2-hour meltdown is explicitly reserved for Microsoft and Sony when they do it. But EA, But I hear you. You want me to keep the same energy across the board, but I will attempt to do that today, okay? But actually, no joke, that is lined up as one of our topics. Please do a big rant today. Well, I'm definitely not going to have good things to say about it. I'll tell you that. But John Hypocrite, thank you for the 10-pound super chat and for trying to keep me in check. I know it may not seem like it, but I do appreciate it. Okay? Because I think you want what I want at the end of the day. Some type of balance. Or chaos, I'm not sure. Balance with a little bit of chaos sprinkled in. But yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a big rant today per se. But what is up with that, man? I was quite surprised when I saw those headlines. What is up with Battlefield 6 being the best-selling game of 2025, beating Call of Duty, beating everything? Being, what? I mean, at this point, like a 20 million plus seller, I would assume. Right? It's a live service. And they're like, yeah, we're just going to lay people off across every single Battlefield division. It's like, bro, what are we doing? Sorry about that. My audio is like tweaking. Guys, is the audio okay on your end? I just want to make sure before we proceed here because on my end it was like spazzing out. That you're saying that mic gain though? Did it just like jump up for a second? Because yeah, I saw that. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, we did get the Resident Evil 9 DLC confirmation. Very happy about that. I'm still working on my platinum. It fell off a cliff in interest, MBG. People realized it was more of a Call of Duty game than a Battlefield one. You think so? I mean, I will admit I am guilty of being that person. I guess there's nothing to be guilty of. It's not like you have to keep playing a game. But yeah, I bought Battlefield 6 and I enjoyed it when I played it. I played it for about like a month, but I like fell off very quickly. And it's not because I didn't enjoy the game, but it's just simply, I don't know, something about it didn't necessarily retain my interest. I didn't feel the need to keep going back and playing it like I have other live service games in the past. But from what I played, I did enjoy it. I had a good time with it. There were a couple of trophies I remember I was hunting specifically that were kind of challenging, but I had a good time. But that's just unacceptable, man. I mean, if a game like Battlefield 6 can be the best-selling game of 2025 and beat everything, and all the developers literally across every team that worked on this game still have to worry about layoffs, what does that say about the industry? I mean, really. I feel like it's sending the worst type of message. And it's like you're saying, it's from people who are unbelievably rich, people who can absolutely afford to maintain these teams and not have to do layoffs. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. The only thing that could make any level of sense here is that they potentially hired way too many developers to maintain it through constant development, but they lost way too many players too quickly. That is a possibility, but even then it's like I don't know. What type of I don't know. I guess it depends on what type of success they were really anticipating in the long run with this. That's true. Vince Zampella, he's no longer uh, with the team. Obviously, he passed away. So, I, but still, I there's Vince Zampella or not, like come on, 43,000 players on Marathon right now. Layoffs equal higher profits. It is just sad to see that, man. It really is because I think it completely de-incentivizes developers to actually try to make good products for these companies, which would be good games for us, right? Good art. But I really think it de-incentivizes them because think about it. Like, if a developer knows, at least working for EA, we could make the best selling game of the year, make ridiculous amounts of money, our job still isn't safe. So I guess what I'm saying is the incentive here is just do the bare minimum because you're going to get, apparently, you have just as high of a chance of getting laid off if you do the opposite, grind and try to produce a top selling game of the year. It's sad, man. Losing Vince has a huge impact. I'm sure it does. At the end of the day, just across like the overall vision of the game. But it's just sad to see. It doesn't make sense. Shadowlink, what's up, man? Got the MBG Platinum. I think only 0.001% of subscribers got that one. That's true. Yeah, thank you for that, Shadowlink. Enjoy your Platinum, my friend. You've certainly earned it. If you make a good game, layoffs. If you make a bad game, layoffs. Exactly. Exactly, man. It's not stable. It's not where it needs to be to properly reward developers for actually doing a good job. Now, granted, it's not like this for everything, but at least in the case of EA, it seems like it is. I saw that the Skate developer, I forget the name of the studio, they recently had layoffs, but to me that kind of makes more sense because I don't think people are very happy with Skate. And it seemed like it kind of struggled out of the gate because they made way too many changes. I played it for a little bit and I'm like, yeah, I'm not in this for the long run. So that kind of makes sense where they seem to have failed to deliver on certain areas, but it doesn't make sense for Battlefield 6. Mini Tom Official, what's up, man? Shems, what's going on? Hanzo. But let me read this to you guys. Since this was actually on the docket here, we'll start here and then we'll move forward. It says publisher EA has laid off an unknown number of developers from across Battlefield 6 development studios, including Criterion, DICE, and Motive Studios, according to a new report from IGN. These layoffs appear absolutely unjustified by the game's sales performance, as the sixth entry in the series was among the best-selling AAA PC and console games of 2025 and the best-selling game in the United States. As of the time of this writing, the reason behind the latest sad new wave of layoffs is unknown, as is the number of impacted staff. However, IGN reports that individuals are being informed that layoffs are taking place as part of a, quote, realignment process across all Battlefield studios. Although Battlefield 6 had an excellent launch last October, post launch support has not exactly been smooth sailing. Season 2, which launched later than expected as the developers wanted to just give it a little bit more time in the oven to polish things and make sure we hit the expectations that players have, was not particularly well received. This was due not only to new content such as the VL7 gas, but also to the maps, which remain much smaller than those seen in previous entries of the series. Series producer Philip Garrett stated that the message from the community was very clear and bigger maps will come to the game in the future, but it will take some time to have them out. With today's layoffs, however, it remains to be seen how the game's ongoing support will be affected and whether Battlefield 6 will be able to bounce back to the positive perception it enjoyed at launch. So, according to EA, their justification for the layoffs is filed under a realignment. Yes, we are going to be talking about Ghost of Yotei Legends today. But realignment. Battlefield 6 has 47,000 players right now on Steam. I mean, that's respectable considering how long ago it launched. I'd say that's pretty good. And they probably still have quite a few on console. But yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can figure here is that maybe they just felt like maybe they anticipate they're going to lose more and more players no matter what they do. But I don't know. It kind of seems to me, based off of the feedback that I'm seeing for season 1 or specifically season 2, and people asking for bigger maps and them saying it's going to take longer. You're going to have to hang on and be patient. I don't know. It seems like maybe they are not as prepared to, or weren't as prepared to maintain this game in the way that they would have needed to help, I guess, retain the mass amounts of players that they got on board. But I'm not sure. The live service elements failed. It's possible. I mean, failed is definitely a strong word, but you know, I don't really see anybody talking about Battlefield 6 anymore. I feel like the hype wave for that game took over everyone, where everybody was talking about it, everybody was playing it. And now it just seems like, I don't know, like this is the first time I'm really hearing about it in a significant capacity. And it's unfortunate that it has to do with layoffs. But yeah, I think the bigger problem here, it is kind of what John Hipcrit, can't believe I'm going to have to call him that now. It's fine. What John H. had to say, the bigger problem here is the fact that they collected their money, man. They collected their profits, more specifically. They made a hell of a profit on Battlefield 6, let me tell you that. There's no, in my opinion, there is no justification for these layoffs, man. I'm not saying that they should be a charity, but that's not what we're talking about here, right? We're talking about, like I said, every single studio and every single developer that was involved with the development process of Battlefield 6 should be rewarded, um, at the very least of you get to keep your job and keep working at these studios and making Battlefield games. I feel like at the bare minimum, those devs earn that because again, it's not like we're looking at a situation where EA is on the ropes and this game barely made it over the finish line. That's not what we're looking at. So things like this continue to set a terrible precedent in this industry where, again, if you want devs to feel incentivized and motivated to make the best possible games they can, this is the opposite of what you should be doing. So what does this mean for the future of Battlefield? It's hard to say, but I hope the number of people affected isn't too so large that it really shakes up the studios to a negative degree where the next Battlefield game is maybe going to be, I don't know, half of what this one was or something like that, you know? You never played Battlefield? Well, I for what I played at Battlefield 6, it really did feel like a return to form. I can understand why people were upset about there not being big enough maps though. But it did feel like a return to form. I did get very much the feeling that this is a blend of Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 with a few like maybe Bad Company 2 elements in there. And I think that's what the community was really asking for, but yeah, man, it is interesting to see how it just hasn't really stuck around the way that some bigger live service games have. I think people were expecting this to basically take over Call of Duty, and I think it did in terms of sales last year, but in terms of longevity and player retention, I'm not sure that it achieved that. Sony did not close Ballistic Moon because Sony does not own Ballistic Moon. Sony can't do anything to Ballistic Moon. Ballistic Moon, unfortunately, it seems as though, and yeah, that was a topic that we had to discuss here as well. So we'll move on to that. I apologize. I didn't give you guys a rundown of the topics that we're talking about today. So let me do that first before we continue on here. So we talked a little bit about Battlefield 6 um, and how EA, for some reason, decided to lay off developers from every studio that worked on Battlefield 6, even though it was the best selling game of 2025. So things are not looking good there. We're going to be talking about Ghost of Yotei Legends, which is out today. We're going to be talking a little bit about Soros. We're also going to be talking about PS5 Pro and how the sales have seemingly seen a little bit of a rise due to the new update. We're also going to be talking about how Ballistic Moon has been shuttered, unfortunately, or dissolved. That's how they're describing it. We're also going to be talking about how a Microsoft leaker claims that Microsoft will absolutely not be going back to exclusivity. And we're also going to be talking about the pricing of the next gen consoles. We have Moore's Law is Dead chiming in, letting us know how much he thinks specifically Xbox Helix will be compared to the PlayStation 6. So these are things we're going to be discussing over the course of today's stream. The only thing I would like to ask of you guys is to please take a moment and hit that like button if you enjoy these streams. Hitting that like button lets me know you enjoy them, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. If you want to support the channel or the content and community directly, you could do so by becoming a member, gifting memberships, super chats, and direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support what I do here. I simply wouldn't be able to do this without your support. So thank you to everybody who does so. This year is stacked. No, I agree with that. This year is stacked. I mean, for as bad as some things are going, there's still quite a few games coming out, man. All right, let me go over to Ballistic Moon here since somebody mentioned that. So yeah, it says Ballistic Moon, the UK developer that worked with Sony to remake Until Dawn for PS5, has officially been dissolved and now no longer exists. A final notice was issued at the start of February 2026, meaning the company will be dissolved within the next 3 months that follow February 3rd, 2026. Just over a year ago, it was reported that Ballistic Moon had, quote, effectively closed, but now it's official. Based in the UK, the Until Dawn remake on PS5 was the studio's only project. The updated version of the PS4 horror classic was not well received at the time, with issues surrounding the frame rate and the lack of a PS4 to PS5 upgrade option, giving it a Metacritic rating of 70, which was 9 points lower than the original. And so, yeah, this is something that I do feel like is probably going under the radar, understandably, because I think most people forgot about Ballistic Moon, myself included, until I saw this news. I played the Until Dawn remake, and I really enjoyed it. And I know that that's not the most popular thing because a lot of people did not enjoy Until Dawn remake. Okay, Clark, please don't flash the audience. Thank you. A lot of people did not like the art style changes and the art direction with the remake of Until Dawn. A lot of people also didn't like the change they made where you could actually control the camera and it wasn't fixed camera positions. Now, because the remake was the first time I played Until Dawn, those things didn't bother me as much. I just enjoyed it for what it was. But I went back and I played the original Until Dawn a little bit after that, and I could kind of see what people were talking about, why they were so um, upset by it, because it was a pretty significant change. And you do have to kind of question like if a game like Until Dawn remake was actually a necessary thing to remake. But the reason why I think Sony did it was not just because they had a movie that they were making, but because they did greenlight a sequel, as far as I'm aware, a couple of years ago. So I do think that Ballistic Moon kind of served their purpose, unfortunately, which was to work with Sony to remake this game. But I don't think it did very well. It clearly didn't do well enough to keep the studio alive. Oh, you like Soundgarden? You like my hoodie? Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. I think that it's unfortunate, but I'm also not surprised because we talked before about how Sony might acquire Ballistic Moon. And I guess if Sony were to have acquired Ballistic Moon, they could have maybe become like a remake studio. But the thing is, if you look at something like Blue Point, they couldn't even make Blue Point work as a remake studio. So I don't think there was ever going to be any chance for Ballistic Moon. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, we'll see what Sony ends up doing with the Until Dawn IP going forward. Gordon Jelson, a member for 28 months, says MBGH, but he said, "Oh, it looks like he messed something up." Gordon, if you were trying to say something else, and you accidentally sent it before you could finish it, you could try just saying it in the chat regularly, and I'll read it. But hey, Clark, get down. Please don't. Whatever you're thinking about doing, don't do it. Oh man, okay. I had to temporarily don't don't all right. Don't don't meow at me. Sorry. I'm trying to stay on track here, but I got to keep an eye on him. I didn't think he would start causing problems. Seems like being a remake studio is a dangerous gamble. Indeed. You were going to just ask, how do I feel about Limo Wreck on Super Unknown? Oh. Oh, that's unexpected, Gordon. I was not expecting that. I think that song's incredible. For those who don't know, he's referencing a Soundgarden song on their most popular album, which is Super Unknown. I think Limo Wreck is a masterpiece song that most people don't know about. Most people don't talk about it, but it's incredible, dude. I mean, the high notes Chris Cornell's hitting in that song, the lyrics, I mean, just lyrically, I think, the musicianship of that song makes it a masterpiece, but the lyrics just really elevate it to another level. So it's one of my favorites, man. But thank you for asking. That's not what I was expecting from you, Gordon. Good question. And thank you for being a longtime member as well. I appreciate it. Uh, Project Winless was sick. Prince, what's up, man? Titus, how's it going? Yeah, again, I apologize for streaming at such random times, but I'm glad to see you guys still show up. Let's talk about Ghost of Yotei Legends. Okay. It's out today. Now, before I go over it, has anybody played this yet? Has anybody played the Ghost of Yotei Legends multiplayer mode? I haven't gotten a chance to play it myself. I haven't been able to play anything yet today. I'm hoping I can try it later tonight, but I'm also still trying to play Resident Evil Requiem. You're playing it now, Perfect Image? No, Shems, you don't have to. You don't have to. No pressure. If you don't want to play it, you don't have to. You're still downloading it. Perfect Image, can you tell me, are there trophies? Did they add new trophies for Ghost of Yotei with Legends? That's the thing that I wanted to check, but I didn't get the chance to do so because they pretty much covered every piece of information regarding this multiplayer mode, but they didn't mention anything about trophy support. I'm assuming they added trophies because for Ghost of Tsushima, they added trophy support. That's true, Prince. You're saying only OGs know about 90s or 80s, late 80s, early 90s Soundgarden. I mean, yeah, dude, I listened to their earlier stuff as well. Said Ultra Mega okay. It's such a they had such a different sound to a degree with the earlier stuff. Like there's like the way I view it is there's their first 3 albums and their last 3 albums. And there's such a significant divide between those. 26 gigabytes for Legends. Wow, okay. I didn't realize it was that. Only 6 new trophies. Hanzo, can you tell me what those trophies are? Hanzo, I'm going to have you engage deeply now at this point. Tell me each trophy, one by one. Do my bidding, Hanzo. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I saw that there was a matchmaking bug for Ghost of Yotei Legends. They said it's fixed now. All you should have to do is restart the game. So that's good. Whatever it was, they fixed it immediately. What's his? Are you talking about the old bassist? Hiro Yamamoto? I think that's his name. Yeah. I gotta drop a 20 for Hanzo's channel. Hanzo's gotta drop a 20 for my channel. Yotei downloading the patch now. You may give it a go, but you're not big into multiplayer, not interested in marathon. Well, here's the thing about Ghost of Yotei Legends that I want to talk about with you guys. I'm going to go over the information with you. But, dude, we need to see more studios doing what Sucker Punch is doing with Ghost of Yotei. Shems, I see you brought the chaos today. Smurf, you're saying, I remember growing up near Seattle and seeing Soundgarden on public television when they were kind of a Zeppelin knockoff band. They stood out even back then. That's crazy, Smurf. That's also awesome. Yeah, so we know that Legends has 6 trophies. Okay, Student No More. Reach rank 25 with 1 class. Vengeance Fulfilled. Complete all 4 incursions. Okay. Ghost Unyielding. Complete a survival mission on gold difficulty or higher. Did I see the viral Crimson Desert video? Which one? No More Lessons. Reach rank 25 with all classes. Wow. Okay. So all classes you need to hit 25. That sounds like it's a significant grind. Hanzo actually did it. And then Kaibaku complete their oh no. That was the one. Hanzo. That was the one that I was worried about. They put a trophy in to complete the raid. No. No. Oh man. I was really hoping that they would not make that a trophy because when I played Ghost of Tsushima, they had a raid and they had I think it was a gold trophy attached to it. Oh man. Thank you, Hanzo. Shout out to Hanzo Reza. He came in and he gave me every trophy. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go for the trophies then because I just don't know if I'm up to doing the raid. I didn't really enjoy the raid. I have to be honest. I'm not I appreciate what it is and it's actually insane how good Sucker Punch is at making these multiplayer experiences. The raid was next level and it stressed me out so bad. But I just felt like I had to do it because I think at the time it was literally the last trophy I needed to get every single trophy for the Ghost of Tsushima director's cut. Yeah, it took like 4 hours or something and I'm like, "Man, this is it's a lot. It's a lot." The chat will help me. I mean, if I really wanted to, I know I could get 3 people to help me out and do it, but I don't know. The will has to be there. I have to really want to do it. But I do want to try out Ghost of Yotei Legends nonetheless. I don't know if I'm going to get as into it as I did with Tsushima Legends. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. I mean, right now I'm saying I'm not going to play the raid. Uh, that could change. You know, I have 100% trophy completion for Ghost of Yotei. So, you know, I'm just not really sure if I'm going to want to be as committed to it because I think with Tsushima Legends I put like 45 hours into it or something. It was like 45 hours and I enjoyed most of it. Yeah, the raid was the only part that stressed me out. What am I playing right now? I'm currently playing Resident Evil Requiem. I think I have like 55% of the trophies done and I'm currently on my second playthrough where I'm trying to get the trophies and complete the challenges for not healing and while playing as Grace, not using the blood vial. But I would like to get the platinum for Resident Evil 9. But I'm not trying to rush it, you know. I haven't had as much time lately to play, but with the time I've had, that's really what I've been trying to go for. And they did confirm there's going to be story DLC for RE9, which is great. Yeah, no healing at all. Can't use any healing items. Hanzo, you got the platinum? Yeah, my friend also got the platinum, and I feel like it's that weird feeling you get, you know, when you feel like you're getting left behind. Like, no, why is everybody getting the platinum so quickly? You prefer multiplayer as an add-on, a game made for live service. Just not my thing. Give me a good old single player experience any day. Well, that's the thing. If we look at the blog post here for Ghost of Yotei Legends, they say time to take up your blade once more. Warrior, like its predecessor, Ghost of Yotei's rich single player campaign is just one side of Hajiki, a Zeni Hajiki coin, as Sucker Punch Productions brings its acclaimed PS5 adventure PS5 Adventures combat thrills to a supernatural plane in Ghost of Yotei Legends, launching March 10th. This online co-op multiplayer mode builds on the wonderful foundations of Ghost of Tsushima's own Legends mode, while reimagining Yotei's new mechanics and threats in a mythical spin fit for any storyteller's fantastical yarn. Why do they have to be so crazy with the words, man? The mode was announced last year and fully revealed in this past February's State of Play. Today, the studio, in the form of Legends lead designer Darren Bridges, kindly taking time out of putting the final polishes to the mode, joined us to break down what awaits players when they download the update. The mode is available at no additional cost for all owners of Ghost of Yotei, and so you do have to own Ghost of Yotei in order to have access to this. Now, my suspicion is they're going to end up selling this as a standalone digital download for $20 at some point, maybe in the next couple of months. I think they did that with Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong there. How long is Resident Evil 9? It's relatively short. If you rush through it, you can be done it within 10 hours or less. But if you're taking, I mean, yeah, you can complete it in 6 hours. But if you play it the way I did, which is you're taking your time, checking everything, exploring, making sure you don't miss anything. It took me about 16, 17 hours to beat it. Or no, not 16 or 17. I think that's how many hours I have in it now. It took me about 13 to 14. Well, yeah, I mean, you have to understand with Resident Evil games, it's all dependent upon how you play it. Like anybody playing this game for the first time, you're not going to beat it in 6 hours or seven. Um, the only way you can beat it in 6 or 7 hours or less is you have to know what you're doing. You have to know like where all the items are, how to solve the puzzles. Your first time playing it, I think you're easily going to get 10 to 12 hours, in my opinion. If you're just like a pro at these types of games, I mean, you maybe could come in under 10 hours, but someone beat it in an hour. Nice. Yeah, the speed running. No, I didn't see that, Samurai. Maybe we can talk about that tomorrow if I'm able to stream. Yeah, exactly. With your first playthrough, you're just taking your time, enjoying yourself. So, the first thing that going back to Ghost of Yotei Legends, the first thing they say here is the mode has been in production as long as the single player campaign. They say we had a core team working on multiplayer throughout Ghost of Yotei's development. We were reacting and responding and pulling the systems in, figuring out how they would work in a multiplayer context. As the main game finished, people moved over to work on Legends, flesh it out. It's an interesting development process. There's a lot of stuff that looks like a prototype for a long time, and then when the team moves in, it's a really rapid escalation and improvement. It's like an advent calendar. We wake up every morning and see something new. There's so much new content, and that the game is getting amazing and beautiful so quickly once the rest of the team jumps in to contribute. So it's a really fun experience. So that's something that I'm a little bit surprised by. I have to be honest. Like they said that Ghost of Yotei Legends has been in development for just as long as the main Ghost of Yotei title. Now, obviously, the team working on it is much, much smaller than the team working on the majority of Ghost of Yotei, but I wouldn't have expected that. I would have thought that this is something that comes later on in the development process. But I'm now going to refer to Okami13, who kind of broke down all the information you need to know about Yotei in a more concise way. And so there are going to be 4 bosses at launch: the spider, the oni, the kitsune, and the snake. And they're going to be different, obviously, from the main game. The first raid launches next month. Now, that implies there might be more than one raid. And in the raid, the final 2 bosses are that you'll face are the dragon and Lord Saito. The raid is considered end game content that requires 4 players. Each boss has a unique faction of enemies. There are 4 total difficulty levels, each with different enemies and challenges. Higher difficulties offer better loot and more XP and have a recommended level. There are going to be 4 classes at launch: the samurai, the archer, the mercenary, and shinobi. Each class specializes in a certain weapon, but you can use whatever weapon you want. Um, you can have any combination of classes on your 4-player team. There are going to be narrated story missions that culminate in an incursion, which is a final battle against each boss. And then they also have a survival mode, which is a 4-player wave based mode where you earn blessings or curses if you successfully defend a zone. You can tweak your build, enter a practice range, or play mini games with your friends while you're waiting in the lobby. So, um, when you kind of go over all of the content that they're offering with Ghost of Yotei Legends, you can kind of begin to see how, okay, yeah, maybe it does start to make sense that they've been working on this for a very long time. Here's the big thing about Ghost of Yotei Legends, though, and it's the same thing with Ghost of Tsushima Legends. It's the fact that this is not a live service. Everything we just went over has it's developed to be a finite experience, where it does sound like they'll support it for like a little bit. They seem to hint at maybe a second raid, perhaps, or if not a second raid, just other missions they could release. But the idea is like this is meant to be played for maybe like 30, 40, 50 hours. I mean, you could play it for as long as you want, of course, but there is a point at which you get to the end game, you play that end game content, and then that's it. You move on. They're not asking you to continually play it. I really do have to wonder why more studios don't do this. My guess is because Sucker Punch might be different, where they're built different, right? They're like, we don't want to monetize this. And that's kind of the craziest part. Now, they didn't say anything as far as I'm aware about microtransactions, but for Ghost of Tsushima, they didn't monetize any aspect of that, except for if you want to buy it separately. Like you, if you don't, for some reason, want to buy and play Ghost of Tsushima, but you do want to buy and play the Legends mode. I think they sold it separately for $20. They'll probably do the same thing here, but there were no microtransactions. You couldn't buy cosmetics. You couldn't buy anything. All the cosmetics were just earnable. And my guess is the reason you don't see other developers doing this is because they're not going to make much money. Like it might help push sales of their game, which is important and they can make money off of that. But what you're seeing here with Sucker Punch is just so different. Yeah, this is good. It's a good thing that they're doing this. Like it's pretty antithetical to what most development studios and publishers do, right? Where any team that was willing to build a multiplayer experience this fleshed out and this competently would absolutely want to monetize the hell out of it. You know, they would want to monetize it as much as they could. I am assuming they're not doing that this time. I just wish that we could see more first party PlayStation studios doing this because, um, you know, it makes me think of like the Last of Us multiplayer and how you have to you have to try to like imagine what it would have been like if when the Last of Us Part 2 remastered came out in what I think that was like January 2024. If they're like, we took what was supposed to be the standalone Last of Us multiplayer game and basically did what Sucker Punch did with Ghosts of Yote and Ghost of Tsushima Legends. And it's this standalone finite experience. I feel like people would have loved that. People would have respected Naughty Dog so much for that. There's probably many reasons why they couldn't do that. But yeah, man, I just feel like this might be the way to go. Maybe it doesn't make sense for every single team or every single first party PlayStation studio or even PlayStation property, but the idea of like, let's create a multiplayer experience to incentivize people to keep playing and to maybe help pad out sales of our game. And more importantly, just to make a great experience for the people who supported our game. I have to give Sucker Punch so much credit for this, just like I did for Tsushima Legends, because it's just not, you don't see anybody else doing this. That's what's fascinating to me is like nobody else is doing what Sucker Punch is doing out here. And I hope they're rewarded for it, man. I hope that this does boost sales of their game. I hope that it does prove to be a viable strategy because I mean, I could see the other side of it where if this fails to really boost sales of the game, it clearly worked for Tsushima, which is why they're doing it again. But if maybe this time around it doesn't do anything significant, I could see why maybe they're like, okay, we're not going to keep doing this, and other studios might not do it either. But just have to give them a pat on the back here because again, you don't see studios doing this in the year 2026, and I just wish more would. I wish anybody would do it outside of Sucker Punch, you know? Well, yeah. I guess you're right. GTA 6. Well, yeah. My assumption is GTA Online 2 will be free. So I guess in a sense that is another very prominent. I mean, that's way bigger than anything. Uh, Sucker Punch is doing with multiplayer. But that's the thing, man. They're gonna make GTA Online 2 will be monetized to the nth degree, which it makes sense. I mean, I do want to see GTA Online to have a long life, so I don't mind that it's monetized. But I'm just saying, man, like it is interesting to me to look at the philosophy of a studio like Sucker Punch, where they're like, we're making one single player game at a time, and we're going to offer a multiplayer experience to give that game some level of replay, like long term, mid to long term replayability and longevity. But then you look at the philosophy of like a Naughty Dog, where they're like, well, if we can't go all in with live service, then maybe we just won't do it at all, and we're just going to purely focus on single player. I do kind of feel like, and you also think about how like with God of War, right? Blue Point was tasked with making God of War, and it's like make a full blown live service game, something that'll be supported for years. Maybe these teams can just learn something from watching Sucker Punch, where it's like maybe there is a place for the standalone multiplayer game, uh, or add on, right, to your big single player game. I mean, how mad could people really be at studios like Sucker Punch for doing this? I don't think anybody's mad because they're not really asking anything of you. And this clearly, at least in my opinion, Sucker Punch has proven that doing this Legends multiplayer mode does not get in the way of whatever they want to do next. And I think that's important because, you could understand why many teams would be like, oh, no, we don't want to do that because it's going to get in the way of our development pipeline. But maybe that's where some studios should maybe pick up the phone, give Sucker Punch a call, and be like, "How are you guys doing this? Like, what's your development pipeline look like for Ghost of Yotei, the single player game, and then Ghost of Yotei Legends, the multiplayer experience? And does it actually help boost your sales?" And I feel like if there could be like a greater level of communication there between the studios, we could, we could maybe see them adapt that a little bit better. But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. My guess is what we're seeing with Ghost of Tsushima Legends and right now with Ghost of Yotei Legends is going to remain an isolated thing where it's going to be unique. It's not going to be something that you see other developers adopt and pick up. And you know, that's maybe a pessimistic guess, but I think you guys would probably be in agreement. I just don't expect many studios to do this. But yeah, man, love to see it. And the only other thing I'll say here is we don't know what the future of Sucker Punch looks like. By that, I mean, we don't know if they're going to continue making ghost games or if perhaps after Yote, they might want to make something brand new and move on to something else or go back to something like Infamous. We have no idea what they're planning on doing. But the question I do have, and I don't have the answer to it, but I'll be paying attention as the years go on, is if they're going to continue this, right? Is this like a newfound um, precedent, I guess, that has been set where going forward, they're going to make it so that if we do another Infamous game, we're going to make a standalone Infamous multiplayer experience that ships not too long after it. Or if they make another new IP, they'll do it for that IP. I hope they do. Hanzo, you're heading out, man. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, bro. Thank you for informing me of those trophies. I do appreciate it. But yeah, we will continue to monitor what Sucker Punch is doing with Ghost of Yotei Legends and what they'll do next. I mean, I think they've earned a little bit of a break. Ghost of Yotei is clearly a big success. And I guess the final thing I'll say here before we move to the next topic is I'm okay if they want to do another Ghost game. If they do another Ghost game, then I would anticipate they'll do a third version of Legends. If they choose not to do a Ghost game, though, I'm totally open for that as well. If they want to just do like another new IP, or if they want to go back to Infamous. But I definitely want to encourage them to keep doing this. So I hope they're rewarded for it in some way. What you're seeing Sucker Punch do is build what we call goodwill, which a lot of times you can't really put a price on. And, you know, again, hopefully more studios will take note of that. But Speaking of PlayStation Studios, I do want to talk a little bit about Soros with you guys. I feel like we haven't been talking a whole lot about Soros. I think it's because we kind of know what to expect, though. It's Soros is in a strange place for me where it is one of the most anticipated games, but I don't know that there's too much to say. The marketing has been pretty evenly paced, though. That's not to say that Sony and Housemarque haven't been talking about it, but they've been just kind of like letting it do its thing. They're not over marketing it, they're not oversaturating it to where you can't escape it. But there was something that I came across regarding Soros, and it's basically Housemarque. They put out another little developer diary video called Bringing Our Characters to Life. And if you watch this video, it's basically Housemarque explaining how the one thing that they really wanted to really elevate with Soros compared to Returnal was that they wanted to make it more cinematic. They wanted to make it something that really stood out from a storytelling standpoint much more than Returnal. And I've talked extensively on this channel about Returnal. I think it's one of the best games that Sony has put out this generation, or that Housemarque. I think it's the best game they've ever done. I do think the storytelling in Returnal is a little bit underrated, but I think that's because it's very vague and it's very much like you kind of have to piece everything together. And even at the end, it leaves things not necessarily fully open ended, but up to interpretation to a certain extent. And if you want to really try to understand what's going on in the story, you maybe have to you have to look stuff up, you know, to really like, oh, what does this mean? And what did that mean? But when you figure it all out, I love the story of Returnal. Like the thing I love so much about what Housemarque did is they just kind of really there was a major twist that I won't spoil in case you choose to play Returnal if you haven't for Soros, but there was a major twist with Returnal that that I do anticipate there's going to be something similar with Soros. But yeah, the thing with Soros is Returnal was more isolated, right? You had Celine, and that was basically it. She was isolated and she was constantly looping, and there weren't like other characters. There wasn't like a incredibly high level of um cinematics or dialogue and stuff like that. And so I think it worked well for Returnal, though. I think it really actually benefited that game. But with Soros in this documentary or diary that they put out, this dev diary, they make it clear that they want Soros to feel different this time around in the sense that you do have other characters you're engaged with and interacting with. There are many NPCs, but one of the things that I thought was worth pointing out here is that, obviously we know the main character, Arjun. Um, he, so as he's interacting with these characters, apparently they're like slowly losing their minds. But it says here, just in case you didn't know what the plot setup for Saros is, it says beneath the shadows of an ominous eclipse, Arjun Devraj, the who is played by Raul Kali, is a solitary enforcer who will stop at nothing to pursue answers on the shape-shifting world of Carcosia, a planet filled with dark secrets and hostile inhabitants. And I think the whole idea is like the sun is dying or something like that, and they have to like stop it from dying. But yeah, you have like your teammates, so to speak, or your your group, and as you interact with them over time, like they are apparently all starting to like lose their minds, and you're going to see that through cutscenes. That's like a big thing they're emphasizing is this time around. If you played Returnal, they didn't really have like traditional cutscenes. They had like very few here and there, but generally they really kind of didn't. That's not something that I think people really, went to this game for. What I'm trying to say is Returnal wasn't a game that people went to for a cinematic experience or significant storytelling, even though I do think there was a good story there. This time around, it seems like they're really prioritizing that on top of the already amazing gameplay that we know is going to be there. And I'm really curious to see how Housemarque handles this, because I just can't help but ask the question, like, are they up to the task here? You know, I don't get the feeling that they're making it cinematic or focusing on storytelling just for the sake of it. It seems very intentional. It seems like the next logical step, if they were to kind of evaluate Returnal, it being their most successful game, what could they improve? What could really be built up? The gameplay obviously can always improve and it can always be built up, but the reality is, if you play Returnal, the gameplay loop is incredible. I mean, there's really, in my opinion, not that much more you could do for Returnal to make it that much better. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I will be pleasantly surprised with how different the gameplay is in Soros compared to Returnal. But this is the area that I feel like, you know, I'm like, okay, all right, Housemarque, you really surprised me with Returnal, and you've earned my respect. If they can raise the bar in terms of storytelling and cinematics in this game, on top of keeping that gameplay loop, I don't know, man. Housemarque might very well be up there as like, okay, you guys are a top like S tier studio that not just for PlayStation, but just in the industry, where it's like you guys are killing it, and I'm rooting for them, man. It might be connected with Returnal. Well, something that we should mention here is where does it say here? Why can't I find it? Oh, here we go. So Jane Perry, the voice actress who voiced Celine in Returnal, she returns as a side character in Sorrows. She plays a character called Sheridan. Um, so she's not the lead, but she's still seemingly going to play a significant role in this game. Kyle Say Stuff with a £2 super chat says, thoughts on Hassan playing Abandoned Sequel? Is that what we're calling it now? It's a sequel. Oh, I didn't know it was a sequel. I thought it was just the game. So I'm not going to say a whole lot on this Kyle Say Stuff. The only reason I'm saying that is because on my last stream, we spent like the last 45 minutes of it talking about it. But my thoughts on it are minimal. I don't think much of it. I feel as though, you know, it might end up being a game. And Mini Tom Official comes in. He says, here you go, guys. I'm going to open the 5-pack. I'm going to drop 5 membership gifts for the community here to get things started. So, Mini Tom, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for supporting the channel and handing out some membership gifts. I will add that to the counter. And yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, like I said, you can become a member. Okay, come on, Clark. Okay. You could become a member or gift memberships or drop super chats. It all helps tremendously. So thank you once again, Mini Tom. Saying that's okay. I see a few members here, or people here, not members, just wanted to help. Well, thank you. Yeah, I know. Dude, Clark jumped over here. He's like, members? Okay. It's because I didn't see her, but it's because Luna's right next to me. She's like blending in with the darkness. They're getting rambunctious. But yeah, Kyle Say Stuff, just to answer your super chat, man, I think it's strange. And I think it's strange that I'm seeing like some headlines written about it. I don't think much of it though, honestly. Not to be like a buzzkill, but I do think that it is safe to say that it really was just something that, got out of hand. I'd love to be wrong though. I'd love to be wrong. And Ray, we got Metal Gear Ray coming in. He's like, hey man, Mini Tom dropped 5. I want to keep the train rolling here by dropping 5 of my own. So Metal Gear Ray comes in.
But that was some fancy shooting.
And he gets us to...
You're pretty good.
10. So, Ray, thank you so much, man. You guys know I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see if we hit 20. If we hit 25, I guess, well, Leia's sleeping on the cat tower right now, so she would be the first to get treats, but we'll give the cats some treats. We'll feed the beast if we hit that. Are you 46-2 ahead of me? He says no problemo. Because he enjoyed that Soundgarden talk earlier. MBG, have you seen Moore's Law is Dead's new video? He talks about the PlayStation 6 handheld that dropped about an hour ago. No, I did not. Does he reveal any new information on it? I dropped my own membership during the madness of the mod episode. Yeah, so far they haven't come back. I don't know that I hope they come back, you know? Just just calmer. That's all. Just calmer. Yeah, Crimson Desert's coming up. There's a lot of Crimson Desert talk going on. What the why am I speaking that way? Why am I saying words? Strange. I sound like I'm having a stroke. I'm sorry. Been a even though it's only 4 p.m., it's been a long day. But yeah, guys, I'm just trying to give Saros some love here because I'm trying to make sure I continue to talk about it. But I think at this point, you know, yeah, he's possessing me. At this point, most people are kind of locked in with this game. Like they know if they want to buy it and play it. They know if they're excited for it. I do think Saros has a much higher chance of winning new players over though, and like bringing on a new audience because when Returnal dropped as a game that was just only on PS5, it released when there was like 8 or 9 million PS5s out there. This time, Saros is going to be releasing to what, like 95 million PlayStation 5s. So I'm absolutely rooting for Housemarque, man. And I would love to see Saros be a much bigger success sales wise. I don't doubt critically it's going to be success. I expect it to review well. I just have that confidence in Housemarque, but I would love to see Saros sell very, very well because I do believe Housemarque deserves it. I think that even though Returnal got a lot of praise, I still don't think it sold amazingly well. I think it sold like a little over 1 million. I don't know if maybe that was boosted just ever so slightly by the PC release, but I would love to see Saros just come out swinging, man, and sell, a couple million or more. I'd love to see Saros be like a 5, maybe even a 8 million seller. I don't know if it will though. 2 million according to the Insomniac leak. I guess it sold better than I thought then. Is that what it said in the Insomniac leak? I didn't realize that. Um Streaming in the day. Yes. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for about an hour and 10 minutes. Not too long. I don't know if this will be a super long stream. I could see it maybe being about 2.5, 3 hours. Maybe longer if we, really start going off on stuff. But yeah, I think the news right now, it's a little bit on the tamer side. It seems like, again, it's kind of a bit of a come down from the crazy news we were getting towards the end of February and the first week of March. You're getting PlayStation 6 day one. We will be having some next gen talk in a little bit. Yeah. You're gonna stay for a little while longer, Titus. Arc is calling. We gotta get the playtime in when you can, man. Prince G, well, we're definitely not gonna get political here. Yeah, I wonder that myself. I've noticed that he hasn't been around, and I do think that's where he's from, which is, you know, not good to say the least. So I hope he's okay. That's all I can do. But yeah, we're not gonna definitely we're gonna steer clear of any of that conversation here because I at this point I come here to get away from that stuff, and I'm sure others do too. So yeah, we're hoping everything's good on his end, and I hope that we'll see him return eventually, man. Because I was thinking about that too the other day. Yeah, very sad. Who else is playing Legends while listening to the stream? I think somebody else was earlier. Am I going to play Crimson Desert? It's a good question. I mean, I would like to, but there's something about the game that kind of makes me feel like I'm going to end up avoiding it, you know? And it's not that I think it looks bad by any means. I think it looks very good. It looks extremely promising. It's everything I'm hearing about this game, about how massive it is, how overwhelming it is, how it's like you're going to get lost in this game world for like hundreds of hours. I'm like, dude, that it gets to a point where some of that can work against me, where it's like something like GTA 6. That's different because it's like I'm ready to drop everything for months if need be to really get everything out of GTA 6. I don't feel the same way towards something like Crimson Desert. But I don't want that to stop me, because I've been watching some videos of it, and the more I see of it, I'm like, this game does look really good. I'm just kind of afraid that I'm not going to like it enough to see it through, if that makes sense, to do everything there is to do. But I don't know. Will it be a day one purchase? We'll see. There's a good chance. I think it'll really depend on whether or not I platinumed Resident Evil 9. If I platinum Resident Evil 9 by the time Crimson Desert comes out, at that point I'll be looking to move over to a new single player game. That'll be it. Probably, I could see myself buying it day one. What I think could also happen is if I'm not done platinuming Resident Evil 9 and then I end up missing the release, um, I could see it just kind of passing me by. Like I don't have to actively be like, oh wait, no, I missed Crimson Desert. So we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated. And we have Ma- I've been calling you Matato, but is it Matoto? Matoto, I don't know. I'm just gonna say Matato. It just feels better to me. With a super chat, he says, "Hey ABG, what do you think about the idea of making your classic news and leaks videos with you speaking directly on the camera while showing images or video clips in the background that match what you're talking about? You got to brag about that beautiful face." Well, thank you so much for that. That's very kind of you to say. That is my intention. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing, or at least that's what I was thinking about doing. But the thing is, I'm waiting until my basement is finished, my room, so to speak, my new office space or background, whatever you want to call it. But that's exactly what I was thinking. Once that's finished, I think it's going to look really nice. I don't know how long it will be until it's fully finished, but once I get that done, doing my regular news videos covering the news, the rumors, and the leaks, I would like to be on camera and maybe at some point put myself in the thumbnail. It seems like that's what YouTube really aggressively encourages. And I'm not used to doing it that way. So it would be an adjustment period. But Ma. Oh, wait. I've been saying it completely wrong. It's Mata Toto. Tutu? Dude, are you okay if I just keep calling you Matato? Because now I'm really thrown off. I've been saying it completely wrong this whole time. MBG, you will get addicted to Crimson Desert, I bet. I should get it and stream it. Yeah, I still have to. Guys, I don't know. I don't know if game streaming is going to be on the docket anytime soon, man, because I still can't figure out what's wrong with my capture card or my PC for that matter. I don't think it's the capture card, it's the PC. Um, However, I do have some Resident Evil gameplay recorded, and I'm thinking about doing a dedicated spoiler cast. Okay, hold on. Please stop. And when we do that, I'll have gameplay that I recorded in the background. That's good with you, Potato? Okay, good. I appreciate that. And yeah, I appreciate the kind words, man. I'm glad you enjoy the videos. I definitely want to up the production value and quality a little bit, you know. Um, so that'll definitely be something I work on. But I gotta wait till everything's finished. Buy a new PC. You need to. I'm not, dude. I don't think so, man. I'm not buying a new PC anytime soon unless I have to. Definitely not. Unknown. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far. Yeah, I'm gonna be making the crazy faces in the thumbnail. Uh, when we get the next bad news for Xbox, I'm gonna be like, when we get the next good news for PlayStation, I'm gonna be like, you know, it. I'm making fun of it, but I bet you I would see dramatic improvement. I laugh at it. Exactly. I make fun of it, but it absolutely works. And I kind of hate that it works. I understand why it does, but you know, not gonna lie, I hate uh all the times of multiplayer games. Legends is the only. You're saying you don't really like multiplayer games, but Legends is the only one you like. Welcome to my underground lair. Yeah. Well, I will tell you just to give you a progress report. So, just as a bit of an aside, the the basement's making great progress, but the timetables might be shifted because my father-in-law is the one who's pretty much doing most of it. I mean, I'm helping where I can, but he's very skilled, and he's doing the majority of it by far. And I've been helping when I can, but something just popped up, a family thing that is likely to interfere with the timetable of it, so it might end up taking a little bit longer than expected, which is totally, totally fine. Obviously, I'm not necessarily in any rush, but just to give you guys that little update, we did get the ceiling up. It's not finished yet though, but we did get a ceiling up. I think it looks great. Really happy about that. But yeah, I'll just try not to talk about it too much. I just want it to be one of those things where when it's ready, it'll be ready, and you guys will see it again one day in the future. Hopefully, the not too distant future. I'm going to start up a stream, and you're going to notice that things look different. So, in a good way. You find it a bit sketchy about them not wanting to show Crimson Desert on the console. The game is out in 9 days. Seems like they're scared to show the gameplay. So they said they're going to hand it over to Digital Foundry, and they're getting pretty defensive about it. My guess is that they just want to show the game off in the best possible way they can. That's my guess, assuming they're not hiding anything. And we have Matedo coming in with a super chat saying, "How credible do you think the shoes leaker is? He said that there would be major layoffs at Xbox by the end of January, and that didn't happen. He also said there wouldn't be new Xbox hardware, and apparently there will be. How much credibility do you give his leaks?" I give him a fair amount of credibility, but I also acknowledge that he's not perfect. But to be fair, I don't think there's any leaker or insider that's been 100%. Even the most reliable insiders that have proven track records have gotten things wrong. And in my opinion, when you look at somebody like Sneakers SO, my read on him and people's reactions to him is this. I think people get a little bit upset and frustrated at some of the things he is saying. And because of that, they want to discredit him. And granted, the things that people point to, such as, well, he did say there were going to be layoffs in January. True. And that didn't happen. He did say that there wasn't going to be Xbox hardware. To be fair, he didn't explicitly say they're canceling it. He said he wouldn't be surprised if they decide to scrap it and basically hand it off to OEMs. But he basically was trying to explain that the traditional console is something that was planned, but they decided not to do. They did scrap those plans. But yes, what I'm saying is people are using this as a reason to say, don't even listen to this guy. Don't even pay attention to him. Don't give him the time of day. I don't appreciate that because even pro Xbox leakers get things right and get things wrong. And yet when they have something good to say about it, people pay attention, you know? But it's the nature of the leak game. So my answer to this question is I still trust him because he's gotten some very significant things correct. He's gotten some things wrong, but the things that he's gotten right were very significant and they did not come off as just random guesses to me. They were way too detailed to just be random guesses. So, with that in mind, I would say anything he says, just take it with a grain of salt, just like you would with any other insider, usually. I mean, is it a little bit different when we listen to somebody like Jason Schreier saying that Sony is, no longer doing PC releases for single player games? If he's saying it very matter of factly, I'm not really going to take that with a pinch of salt. I'm going to take that as, well, okay, that's pretty much confirmed. But yeah, I just think that people who are trying to make it sound like this person who's leaked many different things about Microsoft in the past correctly, that it's not even worth paying attention. I'm like, I feel like you're saying that because you just don't like what he's saying. And I get it. If you don't like what he's saying, then you want to believe what he's saying isn't true. You want to hope he's wrong. But I think people are just being a little too, you know, a little too quick to throw a person who has gotten many things correct under the bus or in the trash bin. Like, well, you're useless now. It's like, okay, well, the good news is we'll find out. We'll find out if they're wrong or not. But I also do want to add to this, and this is very important because we're going to be moving on to that topic next. It is very important to add that people could very well be reading into what he's saying and reading it wrong. And by that, I mean, it's like, well, when he says exclusives are absolutely not happening, that could be his opinion. But we're taking that as, well, he's saying it definitively. Like that's a leak, or he's giving us insider information, but he might just be saying something that is obvious to most of us. You know what I mean? So I think there's a little bit of that happening as well. Prince G with a $2 super chat says, new MBG Dreamcast Guy 2.0. Shout out to Irfan FDT. Dreamcast Guy 2.0. Well, I don't think I'm going to get too crazy with the thumbnails. I mean, is that what Dreamcast Guy is known for? Kind of being a bit over the top with his pictures in this thumbnail. Who knows, though? Maybe that will be me. We'll see how it goes. And MVP Moss, a member for 8 months, says, your reason for Crimson Desert is valid, and I feel the same, but did you see the PS5 Pro specs for the game? You know what? I think you're the second or third person to mention that. Let me see if I can bring it up really quick. Here we go. Wow. Wow. The first thing I see, Zubitech, he says Crimson Desert on the PlayStation 5 Pro. Performance, upscaled 4K from 1080p at 60 FPS, ray tracing high with PSSR2. Whoa. Okay. That sounds very good. And yes, this game, Crimson Desert, is utilizing PSSR2. Balanced mode, upscaled 4K from 1440p at between 40 and 48 frames per second, ray tracing high with PSSR2. And then you have quality mode, which is fascinating. It says 4K at 30 frames per second, ray tracing at ultra. So I'm really happy to see that this game is already using the upgraded version of PSSR. It sounds like it's really benefiting ray tracing. But yeah, that's very good. So MVP Moss, thank you for the milestone chat. We have Mateto once again saying, well, to be completely objective, he wasn't 100% wrong in his leak about the layoffs in January, since it was precisely that month when Sarah and Phil were fired. Well, I mean, you can assume that maybe the decision was made earlier on. I think it was February that they would have technically been fired if you view it that way. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think that we have to keep in mind that for a leaker or insider, however you want to view it, like Sneakers SO, they're leaving long, very descriptive responses to what people are saying on NeoGAF. So with that, the nature of it is there's probably things he's saying in there that are just straight up like information he's getting from his sources mixed with stuff that's just his opinion or obvious assumptions. You know what I mean? And I think that the nature of the way we're getting information from him, it can be mixed up a little bit. Smurf, you're saying it was sad when the Xbots were denying the rumors of Sony pulling back on their PC strategy when that rumor was from Schreier. I was like, bro, that guy is literally always right with that stuff. Well, that's what I mean, right? Like Jason Schreier, he rarely leaks stuff. Like he's very, very precise. And that's why he does it that way. I'm sure Jason Schreier knows so much more, but he doesn't talk about any of it because he's like, I'm only going to talk about the things that I can corroborate with like four different sources and lock it in, right? If he's not 100% sure, it seems like he's just not willing to report on it. And that's a great way to build a great track record. But, for a lot of people who are leaking stuff and trying to build their credibility as an insider, they get eager where if they learn something, they want to share it. Some people just don't care if they're wrong, which makes sense too, where it's like, guys, I'm putting this info out here. This is what I heard. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. Take it for what it is. And a lot of times those things do end up being right. A lot of times they end up being wrong. So it just depends on, I'd say, the individual and whether or not they're really trying to build a very solid, well rounded reputation in the industry. Like, do you want to be somebody that when people hear from you, they think maybe it's true, maybe it's not? It's a coin flip. Or do you want to be the type of person that if this is who's saying it, you can trust it? And it's hard. It's hard to build that up. It takes a lot of time and you have to not be wrong, basically. But no, we always have to understand though that no matter who we're talking about, no matter how good their track record is, it's still in the territory of leaks and rumors. And so therefore things can change, right? Um but no, just to be clear, like when Sneakers SO, when he said that mass layoffs are coming in January, he was basing that off of, at least in my opinion, he was basing that off of a pattern that Microsoft established where basically, yeah, at the end of their as they approach the end of their fiscal year, they usually have some pretty significant layoffs. Although this time they didn't, and that's good. Like I was saying, that I hope it turns out to not be true because it's been pretty intense with Microsoft with the level of layoffs that they've had after acquiring Activision Blizzard. So the fact that they haven't, that's good news to me, right? Well, Alex in the chat, that depends on how long you've been following him. If you've been following Sneakers SO for his entire time being on the NeoGAF forums, leaking stuff, giving inside information about Microsoft, he's been way more right than wrong. He goes back to like 2012, man, leaking stuff about the Xbox One. I remember I looked into this guy because the reason why I looked so deeply into him and his track record was because I remember back in, I think it was January of 2024, he was making claims that I didn't believe. I'm like, this guy is laying out like paragraphs of information about Microsoft's upcoming plans that I'm like, this is either completely made up or he literally is talking to somebody who is part of the board of Microsoft. And so I remember when we were first covering him, it was because he was giving us all this information about Microsoft is going to do this with their games. They're planning on going multi-platform. Here's how it's going to happen. And it's going to start slow and then it's going to happen faster. And here's some of the games that they're going to announce. And it was just so detailed that I was like, this is crazy. But people were telling me, like, no, man, this guy's legit. Like, go look into him. Go see the fact that he was out here revealing Microsoft's plans with the Xbox One before the announcements happened with the whole, um, what was it? The DRM thing and the Connect and all this stuff. And I remember I looked into it and I was shocked to see, like, oh my God, like this guy was out here putting out info about what the Xbox One was going to be and what Microsoft's plans were before they were announced. So I don't know who his sources are, but he's got at least one really good source that knows what's going on to some significant extent. But, you know, again, I don't think people should look at it as anything he says going forward, take it as 100% gospel. It's going to happen. I wouldn't recommend that either because he has not been 100%. But it's just, again, not to sound like a broken record. It's more along the lines of it's not the amount that he got right. It's the things he got right. Where it's like nobody else knew that or was even talking about that. And that's one of the things I do want to mention, not to come off overly defensive, but just to set the record straight. People are talking like this guy came out here and guessed that Microsoft was going to go multi-platform. He made a guess that everybody else was making and he got right. I'm like, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. I know this because I covered it very closely. He came out literally months before anybody was talking about it. And he said, just a heads up, this is what's happening in the coming months. This is what's next. And nobody even paid attention because they're like, okay, random dude on NeoGaf. And every single thing he said, boom, 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 it happened. I was making jokes at one point. I'm like, is that Phil Spencer? I was making those jokes where I'm like, dude, this seems like Phil Spencer. Who is this? Who would have this information and drop this type of info on a random, NeoGaf forum? He said Microsoft is done with console and will go full publisher. Well, yeah, but I mean, again, I want to emphasize that when he was saying they're done with the console and that they had canceled a console, what he was explaining is that behind the scenes, there were plans. Phil Spencer had a plan to do a regular console again, to do a more traditional follow up to the Series X, like we would have expected. He said those plans never happened. And that basically was canceled ultimately. And then he followed that up by saying, he was saying he wouldn't be surprised if they just canceled hardware entirely and passed it off to OEMs and that they would just lean into publishing. And to be fair, like who wouldn't think that based off of everything that was going on? But yeah, you're not wrong. The headlines that were being written, people were going crazy. People were talking about it as if this guy just confirmed the next Xbox is canceled. And even when I covered it, I remember telling people in my video and my stream, I'm like, guys, he's not saying for sure it's canceled. He's saying there's a chance. And to be fair, we don't know, right? We don't know what their conversations were. I mean, we don't know if at some point in time, Satya Nadella or whoever was like, Amy Hood, like, maybe we should cancel this. Maybe we should exit hardware. Look at the rising cost of components and look at how poorly our consoles are selling. I just think people who get upset about this stuff, they get upset or they get annoyed because they don't want to hear what is, I think, an obvious truth where it's like, listen, man, even if this stuff isn't true, the fact that it's so believable that it seems like, yeah, that definitely could happen. That's not even a little bit unrealistic. I think they get a bit annoyed by that. And I get it, but there's a reason why people are so quick to believe a lot of this stuff because it sounds very plausible. And we have Matedo with another super chat. He says, what do you think will happen with Sony's exclusives after the launch of the PlayStation 6? Will they also be released on PlayStation 5 or will they be truly exclusive? It's a great question. I mean, these are questions that I appreciate because I'm always thinking about that. And my best guess right now, man, is they will be cross-gen. But I think Sony will pick and choose. That's what I think. If I know Sony, which I probably don't because I never know Sony, because they're always making decisions that I'm like, I didn't see that coming. But if I want to believe I know Sony, then I think what they'll do more than likely is have a lot of their exclusives be cross gen with the PS5. They won't release on PC, but they will release on PS5. But they will hand select a couple. Maybe something like Gran Turismo 8, perhaps. Or I don't know if Insomniac will have another Ratchet and Clank game ready to go. But they'll find a way to have a couple of games just be PlayStation 6 only. You know? That's what they did with the PS5, and it worked out well for them. My only thing with that, though, is I do think it's risky. I think one of the only things that Sony may have to convince people or perhaps even force people to upgrade to the PS6 are true PlayStation 6 exclusives. So they're going to have to really think about that. We know that Insomniac is making a Venom game starring Eddie Brock. My assumption is that's going to be a launch PlayStation 6 title. Would it be more beneficial for the PlayStation 6 console, knowing that they're trying to sell it to a mass market, to say, we're just going to make sure this is exclusive and make sure the message is conveyed that if you want to play this game, you're going to have to buy a PlayStation 6, period. Not a PS5, not a PS5 Pro, a PS6. That I could see benefiting them quite a bit. But there is that risk where it's like, well, what if people don't want to buy a PS6 to the point where an exclusive Venom game isn't enough to do it? That's not enough to convince them. No matter how many games you make truly exclusive, it's not going to win people over. At that point, you're just hurting. Sony would just be hurting their own sales potential for these games. So they have to really make an important decision, which is we're either sacrificing potential sales for, we're sacrificing game sales in favor of console hardware sales, or we're going to sacrifice potential console sales in favor of software sales. The fact that they pulled away from PC for the single player gives us some level of indication that they might be leaning more towards sacrificing a level of software sales in the name of moving hardware. And we have John Hipcrit. I just got to say, I love the fact that it's Hipcrit. Nah, Sony is showing exclusives our PlayStation platform now. So by that, John, do you mean like the platform is PS5 and PS6? That's kind of how I'm reading what you're saying. I think I'm reading what you're saying correctly. Like basically, like just because we're pulling away from PC doesn't mean we're going to pull away from PS5. PS5 is the PlayStation platform. We just want to communicate that if you want these single player PlayStation games, you have to be on the PlayStation platform. That does make the most sense based off of what we know, based off of how Sony has operated this generation so far. My only question with that, again, is will it be enough? Will it be enough to, will you have enough pull or FOMO with the PlayStation 6 to justify cross gen? Because I do still believe that the worst thing Sony could have happen is they have a great PlayStation 6 showcase with a lot of great PlayStation games shown, and they make it clear like these are not, going to PC, or, it's just assumed they're not going to PC by that point. And all the games are shown off on PS6, but everybody finds out that, oh, these games are on PS5, so yeah, I'm good. And then the PS6 ends up kind of suffering sales wise, gets off to a really sluggish start. I think that would be devastating to PlayStation. And that, I think there is a major risk associated with it. choosing to do cross gen. And John Hipcrit, you're saying, yeah, if you want PlayStation games, you go to the platform. I mean, we do know that one of Sony's top metrics that they care about is MAUs, monthly active users, but I don't know. I'm always fascinated by conversations and speculation about the PlayStation 6 because there's so much that could go right, but there's way more that could go wrong. And, I love the people, and I'm not saying that sarcastically. Like, I love when I encounter people where they're like, the PS6 is going to be amazing, bro. It's going to do just fine. And I'm like, I love that confidence. I wonder if Sony has that confidence. Like, I really do wonder that. Like, if that's how Sony views it, where it's like, we're going to be fine. Because I'm more conservative and skeptical and cautious, where I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I understand the strength of the PlayStation brand. It's very strong. And I think a lot of people will still buy the PlayStation 6. But for me, the most important question is, will the PlayStation 6 be able to keep up and keep pace with the PS4 and PS5? Because if it doesn't, then you're going to see it. Then that means it's on a decline. That means it's behind, right? And if it's behind, how is that going to make the investors feel? How's that going to make Sony feel? Is committing to really being aggressive in the console space, is that still the right choice in 2027 and beyond? So there is, to me, like a very healthy level of skepticism and concern that Sony internally should have. And I'm sure they do to a certain extent. I highly doubt they're like on cloud nine being like, we can do no wrong. If that's how they're feeling, then that's when things are going to go bad. And John Hipcrit, you're saying they take hits on hardware sales to sell on their store. I will say that at the end of the day, that would be, yeah, like all roads lead to the PlayStation store, right? At the end of the day. But I think that there's just a greater concern, so to speak, beyond that, which is okay. So, like, if we get to the point where the PlayStation 6 is being, it's selling sluggishly, selling soft, and no matter how excited we try to get people, the appetite isn't there. The market is speaking. We can't really force it. We can't force it, right? If we get to that point, and then Sony kind of has to fall back on the PlayStation 5, where it's like, well, we're okay because we have an install base with the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation storefront of over 100 million. Maybe by the time the PlayStation 6 comes out, it'll be like 110 million or something like that, which is very, very good. But there's this, again, this greater implication that, okay, we're not going to, like, the PS5 is now the peak, the more modern day peak, not really counting the PlayStation 2 because the PlayStation Store didn't exist when the PlayStation 2 was out. The PS5 is like the modern day peak, and the PS4. We'll just say the PS4 and the PS5, that's the peak of what we can do. From this point forward, it only gets less and less. That's where we talk about, and we've discussed this numerous times, and I know it gets a little bit old because, again, it's on repeat, but that's where Sony has to start discussing, how do we expand the PlayStation Store then? You do so through an application. You do so by slowly turning the PlayStation console into an application that ends up being available on every device. And the thing is, Sony can only consider doing that if they are certain that the well is drying up. And considering how well the PS5 is doing right now, unless there's some kind of critical piece of data that Sony has internally that we're not privy to yet, I don't think that they're ready for that. So I guess what I'm really trying to say here is the PlayStation 6 could very well be a major inflection point for the PlayStation brand, where Sony might very well be prepared. Yeah, this is it. If sales start to slow down and they start to soften, and it's clear that the PS4 and the PS5 are the high watermark for the PlayStation Store, and it's only going to be an uphill battle from there, then we have to start going out. We have to start expanding more aggressively. Alex with the $2 super chat says, "Who said Microsoft canceled a traditional console?" Well, going back to that, Sneakers SO, if I recall what he said correctly, right? And I guess I could try to find it on my Twitter. I might have to if it comes down to it. It's just I'd have to go back so far. If I recall correctly, he left a really long uh, post, and he basically was saying that Phil Spencer's plan was to do another regular console. Whatever, what you've come to expect. What comes after the original Xbox? The Xbox 360, a traditional console. What comes after the 360? The Xbox One, a traditional console. What comes after the Xbox One? The Xbox Series X and S, a traditional console. And the plan was just scrapped. The way he described it was that the things that needed to be done internally at Microsoft to make that happen never happened. So it was kind of like in this weird place of like, so wait, are we not doing it the same way that we've done it? And then it became clear that like, no, we are still making, well, let's face it, Microsoft is calling it a console. We're still making a console, but we're looking to completely upend the traditional expectation of what a console is. And so I think that, there was this kind of confusion, understandably. There was this general confusion that, well, the console's canceled then. They're just making a PC. And think about where we are now, right? Where we are right now is you see confusion. You see a lot of people really trying to fight for the fact that, like, no, it is a console. That's what Microsoft is calling it. It's a console. But then you also have the fact that they're saying you can play PC games on it, and it's clearly a Windows-based device, like a full-blown Windows-based device, not like a custom device. At least this is what, everything that's come out about it. And so it has just led people to, you know, it has led people to this kind of crossroads, this tug of war, so to speak, where it's like, is it a console? Isn't it? Whereas I think it would be safe to say, that if Microsoft just did a regular traditional Xbox console, that's like, this is the next gen Xbox, that's a follow up to the Series X, and there is no PC aspect, there are no other storefronts, it's just the Xbox console, right? There wouldn't be confusion. You know what I'm saying? Like, there wouldn't be this level of like, wait, is this a PC or what? What is it? Like, is this a hybrid? Am I gonna be able to access Steam? Is this like a closed thing? It would just be, no, this is the same thing the Series was. The Xbox One, the 360, it's the same thing. Just like when we talk about the PlayStation 6, we know the PlayStation 6 is going to be the same thing. You know what I mean? And I think that's really all he was trying to communicate. I'm trying really hard to find this post, by the way, as I'm talking. I'm trying to multitask here. Um, so before Sarah Bond clearly got, well, if she wasn't fired, she left very abruptly. Clark. Okay, Clark, come on. You gotta stop doing that. October 21st, 2025. Sarah Bond. The next Xbox will be a high-end, curated, teases Xbox president Sarah Bond. Quote, next gen console will be a very premium and high-end curated experience. You're starting to see some of the thinking we have in the handheld, but I don't want to give it all away. So Sarah Bond did confirm that, Clark, really, bro. She confirmed back in October that what you're seeing with the Xbox ROG Ally, that a lot of that is going to exist in this upcoming Xbox. And John Hipcrit says nowhere else for the gamers to go. They'll be fine. Well, they could go to Steam, right? Steam is growing. They absolutely could go to Steam. I don't think Sony needs to worry about Steam as like an aggressive competitor, but Sony should be aware of that. I would hope they're aware of that. Surely they are. You know, they canceled a mid-gen. Not following live, but did you guys talk about RGT84? He did a video talking about an MBG tweet. Oh, did he? Oh, no. Clark, come on, bro. Stop flashing people. Wait, which tweet did he cover? Oh, God. I say that because there's some tweets out there of mine that are like, I said that? Wait, when did I say that? All right, hold on. I'm trying really hard to find this old Sneakers SO post. I'm just gonna call them Sneakers. Okay, I'm back in October now. Okay, so the fact no, that okay, I think I'm close to finding it. I'm very close. Okay, so here we go. This is the actual post, is it not? So Sneakers. Okay, Clark. You got to get down, bro. All right, I'm trying to be nice here. Don't. Okay, he wants to fight. Come on. Clark, damn it, boy. I'm sorry, guys. He literally just tried to knock my seltzer down. This was from October 4th, 2025. Okay, I have it up here. October 4th, 2025. Without going into too much detail, not long after the last round of layoffs, the next one should be coming in Q1 26, by the way, and it's going to be just as massive as the last one. So that's one of the things that people point out that he got completely wrong, which, yes, he was wrong. He did say this now that I'm reading it definitively. If we're just being as real and honest as we can, he said they're happening, and it's going to be even bigger. That never happened. He said some rumblings out of Xbox are starting to come out that were a little hard to believe. He says the ramifications of Call of Duty Game Pass Gambit not working out were just starting to get properly measured. But the thing that really stuck out to me was that suddenly really concrete plans for actual Microsoft Xbox hardware went from being definitive to up in the air, which was really startling given that this thing was meant to be out relatively soon. It was one of those situations where despite folks being told, hey, we want to pull the trigger on this in 2026, the steps you would need to take in the lead up to delivering a new console gen weren't being met. So, okay, I'm glad I went back and read this because this is such important context that apparently even me, I'm leaving out because I forgot. And I think, yeah, we all, again, I'm very guilty of this. I think we get caught up in the zeitgeist at the time that we end up looking back and remembering only like, what was the key thing? He said it was canceled. If you read this though, word for word, what he said, he was saying, well, he does say that Microsoft Xbox hardware went from being definitive to up in the air. And he's saying it was one of these situations where despite being told, hey, we want to pull the trigger in 2026, and that seems to me like the big disconnect here is that he was basically saying that internally, and I'm assuming this is a Phil Spencer thing, internally, they want to target 2026. But yeah, I'll keep reading the rest. Let me see. So, lots of things that were sure things started getting pushed. The Costco retailer pulling Xbox, and apparently they are one of many that we'll learn about soon, told me all I need to know. To sum it up, the future of Xbox is software publishing with a significantly honed in focus on profitable IPs. Call of Duty, WoW, Minecraft, Candy Crush, Forza Horizon, cloud gaming being the home of the Xbox platform, transitioning Game Pass into basically becoming the point of entry subscription for xCloud access, which will continue to drive its price tag higher. By the way, they aren't done there either. Just and releasing their software on any device that has a marketplace and users willing to buy their titles. Maybe some OEM thing will take up the Xbox name, but given what is clearly a collapse in favorable mindshare and faith in the brand, I'm not even sure that third-party OEM is going to want to have an Xbox console by the time Microsoft is done with their reorienting of the division. And just to point out here, by the way, Tom Warren talked about sneakers getting this wrong, but back in October, I mean, I have a post here from the Gaming Leaks and Rumors. Tom Warren claims that Sneakers knows a lot of what's going on internally at Xbox. So, looking back at now, here's what's interesting to me. And John, I'm going to read your chat in just a second. I just want to make sure to get this thought out before I forget it. What's interesting to me is when you read everything that he said at that time, that's October 2025. And around that time is when Sarah Bond started to, do a little press thing for the next Xbox. It's interesting to think that Tom Warren also did a big write up recently about how internally, now we talked about how this seems to be Sarah Bond getting scapegoated, but internally, apparently, like she was the one, supposedly. But I'm like, Phil Spencer was still her boss, so he greenlit it. But she was the one that was all about, like, everything he's explaining, sneakers, that is. Going back and reading the entire post, that all sounds like Sarah Bond because Tom Warren, just a couple weeks ago, put out this big write up where he was saying that Sarah Bond was the one who apparently was aggressively pushing, like, hey, we're kind of done. Like, everything is an Xbox. She says exclusives are antiquated. And there's this idea that she was the one that apparently was completely deprioritizing the hardware. That is kind of my read on this because I'm just wondering, like, the thing is, Sneakers SO is saying this again. We have to understand this is a guy who got so many things right. He's saying these things so definitively, and like half of them so far haven't happened, right? Or turned out to be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, I do. It leads me to wonder if there really was like a more concrete direction that Xbox was going to go in underneath Sarah Bond. That Phil was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Because another thing that article seemed to indicate is that Phil wanted to, like, he determined he was going to retire a while ago, like a little while ago. If that's all to be believed, you could maybe begin to almost see how there was another shift internally where they're like, actually, and that's the nature of these things. As we can see, we're just, 1 minute they're doing one thing, the next they turned it around 180 degrees and you're like, wait, what? But I don't know. I find it interesting he mentioned 2026. Apparently that was what they were, according to him, that's what they were targeting. John Hipcrate, you're saying from the Steam Machine page. Yes, Steam Machine is optimized for gaming, but it's your PC. Install your own applications or even another OS. We're not going to tell you how to use your computer. Equals $1,000 plus. Yeah, and see that right there. I remember when the Steam Machine was announced, I kept talking about it like maybe it's a console. Maybe they're trying to compete with PlayStation, and people were trying to tell me, they're like, no, dude. Like, you have a completely wrong read on what this device is. They're very much positioning it as it is a device that is going to appeal to Steam Machine buyers because there is an audience there. It's not the largest audience, but there are people who are big fans of Steam and big fans of Valve that will absolutely buy this device, even if it is a more expensive device, which, yeah, I think that Valve just confirmed recently that they're running into some challenges with, this Steam machine. And I think that clearly has to do with the components and the pricing. And everybody does seem to be anticipating that it's going to be on the more expensive side now, or more expensive than what we would have originally thought. But everyone else was saying the PS6 and Xbox will release in 2027. I will say there was another leaker, by the way. His name is Ghost of Hope. And I think he actually just recently got served or threatened to be served by Activision, where they said, "You stop leaking or we're going to sue you." And he retired. I think that happened literally like a week ago. But he was another prominent leaker that he put out this whole report about how, yeah, Microsoft is targeting a 2026 release for their next console. And I remember we were talking all about how, like, oh my God, like they could be trying to do an Xbox 360 thing where they're going to try to get out a year ahead of the PS6. One of the things that made sense to me was I was like, well, if you look at how poorly the series consoles are selling, Microsoft has a great deep incentive to go early. Like, yes, get it out the door now. Rejuvenate the excitement while, while you still can. Like, don't let it linger. Don't let this kind of like downward spiral get out of hand. But I mean, yeah, whether or not we should believe everything Sneakers says going forward, again, I don't think so. I think you have to take it with a pinch of salt, but he's definitely still somebody that whatever he has to say, I'm going to take note of it and be like, okay. And he's claiming, by the way, one of the other things he said recently is that exclusives are absolutely not happening. And I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't think you need to be an insider. I don't think you need to have inside sources to know that. At this point in time, if Microsoft were to make the, how we just talked about PlayStation deciding we're not going to do PC anymore? And one of the reasons they made this decision was because only 1.5% of their total revenue came from PC, and the vast majority of that revenue came from a singular game, that being Helldivers 2. If you take every other game that's not Helldivers 2, it probably accounts for less than 1%. It's pretty much the opposite for Microsoft. Ever since Microsoft started going full multi-platform, especially putting games like Forza Horizon 5 on PC, and they have Halo coming up, and you see the excitement for even like games like Fable being day one on PS5, and also you consider the fact that Call of Duty, I mean, most of its money is made from PlayStation. They would put themselves in the opposite position that Sony's in, where if they were to decide we're not going to do we're not going to do multi-platform releases anymore, we're only going to do exclusives, they would be cutting their revenue by a degree, by a percentage so large, it would literally end Xbox overnight. It would it would ruin Microsoft gaming financially. It's impossible, is what I'm saying. It's not a possibility. The only thing that they could even think about doing is smaller games. If they're like, maybe we'll just keep these as Xbox only or timed. But that doesn't make sense when you see games like Avowed and games like South of Midnight, the games that would be considered the more smaller double A stuff, even they're getting ported to PlayStation 5. So again, I'm not, this is somebody who's known as a leaker saying this, but I think really it just anybody could say this, and I think logically we're going to assume, yeah, it wouldn't make much sense to go in the opposite direction at this point for Microsoft. And Chris Brown, a member for 31 months. Thank you for that, Chris. He says, "What's up, MBG? I took a break from my modern gaming machines and news the past few weeks. Been only using my PS2 and PSP to play. It's been the best. Very fun." That's awesome to hear, Chris. I saw a couple of the pictures you posted in the Discord, by the way, and that's really cool, man. I do wonder what that must feel like. I don't know if I would do that personally. I'm just too in the here and now, but I was thinking like, what? Because I see it all the time. I see it pop up on my YouTube feed. Where like, I'm going back to retro gaming. All I need in 2026 is a PS2. I'm like, that's awesome. That's awesome. But I don't know. I have a PS1. I think it still works. Speaking of which, I was telling you guys that my father-in-law, he's here doing work on my basement. I mean, he's not here right now, but he's been doing work on my basement. Apparently, he has. I don't know if it's his. I think It's for it was like Mrs. MBG stuff when she was growing up, but he has like stored away like a PS2 controllers, and like a bunch of old PS2 games. And one of these days, we were saying like we got to go check it out because stuff might be in really good condition. The PS1 he gave me is still seemingly in good condition, and I'm pretty sure it still plays. And I'm curious what games you might have stored away. So that might be something that's in my future as well, believe it or not. But I'm happy for you, Chris. Sometimes that's what you got to do, I suppose. That's what some people have to do during these crazy times. Take me back, the nostalgic days when times were simpler. There's no denying that times were simpler. Gaming was simpler, and there was a great benefit to that. That we always think about progress. We always think about things getting better, bigger, prettier, more sophisticated. But there's always a level of complexity that comes along with it that it takes something away. You know, it gives you something new, but it also takes something away. So I totally understand. Even though I don't do it myself personally, I can totally understand why I like going back to these older systems and these older consoles and just kind of reliving that more simplistic experience. Especially now today, like you probably have a greater appreciation today for it than you did back then, because back then it was cutting edge, right? It was the more sophisticated thing. You look at where we are today, it's like, yeah, this is Sony did that thing where they're in but they're out. Release a game on a port that's kind of dicey. About a year later, PC players see this. Yeah, it could just be that where they're like, well, we're. I mean, after the Spider-Man 2 release, considering how messy that was, I feel like, yeah, that's where I will continue to kind of, you know, I will lock in this opinion that if you're going to do it, you should do it right. If you're not going to do it right, then why bother? Because no one's really winning here. PlayStation players are still going to be upset, at least some of them, that you're putting your games on PC. But then PC players are going to be upset that the game's coming in a hot mess and they feel like they can't trust you with not day one, but day one releases on the PC ports. Yeah, The Last of Us was a weird one. So here's my theory about The Last of Us. The Last of Us PC port was a disaster. And that's seemingly because Naughty Dog insisted on doing it themselves, and Naughty Dog didn't know what they were doing. But I think the reason why they did that was because they were making the Last of Us multiplayer game at the time, and that was a live service. That was clearly going to be a day one PC release. I think that they felt like they had to learn how to develop for PC, so they were prepared to run this game and maintain it on on PC. But you know, they had to, it was trial by fire, I guess. They had to learn the hard way. Dude, I remember when The Last of Us dropped on PC, there was some crazy stuff coming out with that. There was like Blackface Joel or something, and I don't even know what that was. I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on here. But Naughty Dog, you gotta sort your stuff out. PlayStation no longer has relevant exclusives. Female God of War is the tombstone. I disagree. I think people are understandably noticing the fact that PlayStation is much more female dominated in terms of protagonists. People definitely are noticing that. And there's nothing wrong with noticing that. I don't think there's anything wrong with a person pointing it out and being like, why? Like, is this intentional? Is this something you're going to be doing forever now? Like, are you like what's up? What's up with this? And it's especially understandable when people are kind of used to, like, yeah, like when you think about um something like God of War. People think of Kratos and it's like, wait, so this new game in the God of War universe, what's going to be a female lead? Is Kratos replaced? What about like Uncharted? Nathan Drake, like, is he replaced? And yeah, there are going to be these natural questions that pop up, but I think um I think time will tell. I mean, I try to remind people that guys, you're getting Soros this year with a male lead, you know? You're getting Wolverine, male lead, Logan. And I get it. People are like, "But what about Intergalactic?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it could be a female lead. We'll see. We'll see how it is. I'm not sure how much it's going to matter. I think a lot of people have already made up their mind on that game, unfortunately. Um, I have to say I was quite surprised at how much negativity I've seen for the Faye game. I am a little bit surprised. I guess I am and I'm not. But I guess I didn't expect people to be that disappointed. I'm like, really? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I can understand hesitation. I can understand skepticism, but people being like, "Oh my god," like, "I can't believe this." Like, really? I don't know. Like, I think it could be cool. Like, I think they set up Faye as a potentially really genuinely interesting character. I'm like, okay, I'm on board. Yeah, I think that if you play God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, like she was kind of a mystery for most of the time, but constantly being teased. And they only show you like one scene with her. And it's like just a little, barely anything. And I'm like, huh, okay. Gavin, yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. You think they all come back next gen? Well, they're not replacing Kratos. That's the thing. We're still getting another mainline God of War starring Kratos. The grifter channels are lying and saying Faye is replacing Kratos going forward, pretending that Kratos isn't going to Egypt. Well, yeah, they have to do that. And it is frustrating to see that because these are people who genuinely damage conversations that could otherwise be good, productive, interesting conversations. And they're like over there having, temper tantrums because they're making things up in their mind. They're like, they're replacing my Kratos. It's like, no, they're not. He's probably not only going to be in this game, but yeah, he's getting his own game where he's going to Egypt. Chill. Cover it all. John Hipcrit with a 2-pound chat says, people want big buff men. They want their bears. I mean, like, yeah. And that's the ironic part because it's like, I'm so straight and manly that I want to play as other really masculine men that are rugged, tough, buff, cocky, whatever, bro. We did cover that, by the way. We did talk about Ballistic Moon getting shut down early in the stream. But no, I mean, I get it. It's like right now I'm playing Resident Evil 9, and it's fascinating to see the dynamic where it's like Grace is very timid and nervous and hesitant. And then Leon is like the epitome of the badass buff guy that's dropping one-liners. And it is amazing where I'm like, this is amazing. I just can't deny that I don't know why, but I love playing as Leon and going around. Like it's maybe it's like a power fantasy thing, but every time I would play as Leon, it's like I'm gonna wreck, bro. And I'm so looking forward to it, and I can't wait to hear the next one liner. How cheesy is it gonna be? And it's just so funny when you're uh I don't I don't think it's a spoiler, but I'm not gonna spoil anything, but there's just a part in the game where you're sniping as Leon, and there's a bunch of zombies like heading to a church. And he just like, 5 minutes into your snipe fest, he's just like gets everybody's running late for mass or just something like that. And I'm just like, I love it. It's amazing. But yeah, I feel like with the PlayStation side of things, man, um, if I listen, I think sometimes I get way too deep in the weeds with these conversations where it's like I need to psychoanalyze everything and understand the psychology of it all. But in reality, I think it's very simple. I think it's just that traditionally PlayStation has been more male dominant in terms of their protagonists. And I think that isn't just something that was for one generation. I think it was multi-generational, and that's because these days females are way more involved in gaming than they ever have been, but going back to like the PS1, PS2, even PS3 days, it wasn't the case, right? It was mostly male dominant in terms of people who were playing games and, involved with it. There still were females, of course, but it just wasn't the ratio wasn't anywhere near where it is today. And you could maybe argue that there's just a little bit of an overcompensation where it's like, well, if we spent this many generations being mostly male dominant, we have to kind of swing in the other direction now or let the pendulum swing all the way in the other direction. And I think it's just naturally going to get to a middle point where it's like, yeah, just have both, have cool female characters and cool male characters. And eventually it's just not going to matter. Like people aren't going to be hyper fixated on it anymore because I think that's just the natural way things go. Sometimes the pendulum swings; it's got to swing in both directions before it kind of settles down and chills in the middle. I think we might just be witnessing that in real time. We have, let me see here. John Hipcrit says, homoeroticism in gaming. Oh man. Just embrace your urges. Yes, guys. We're taking the Gooner game to another level. What was that? Thank you, John Hipcrit. Thank you. And we also have Josh Z with a $5 super chat saying, I've been getting these shorts, things only 90s and 2000s kids remember. Every single one makes me emotional. The world has definitely changed. I know exactly what you're talking about, Josh. I get those too. I've come across a couple of videos where it's like 10 things from the 90s or the early 2000s that no longer exist or whatever. And yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming every generation kind of goes through this feeling. They kind of they've been through this, but yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. It does make you kind of emotional because it makes you not only nostalgic, but it also makes you more hyper aware of just how different things really are today. A lot of times for the worse, for the better in some instances. And Titus Crow comes in. Titus decides, you know what, MBG, I was going to go play Arc Raiders, but I decided to stick around a little bit longer and renew my membership. So, Titus, bro,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I do appreciate it. That brings us up to 11. Yeah, we'll see if we can end up hitting the goal today or not, guys. Oops, not 101. We'll see if we can end up hitting the goal. But for those of you who have gifted memberships or renewed your memberships today, thank you so much for that. You know how much it helps the channel. And Titus, thank you for once again choosing to renew, man. On the Xbox console, will you be playing the PC version of the game, like on PC Game Pass? Well, there's many details we don't know yet because they're not official, but my understanding is however you access Steam on the Xbox ROG Ally is the same way you're going to access it on this upcoming device. And Shadow Link, yo, whoa, Shadow Link coming out of the shadows with a shadow drop. This man just dropped 20 member gifts on you guys. He rips open the 20 pack out of nowhere. Titus is like, bro, he dropped 20 right after I renewed my own. It's okay. Titus, take solace in the fact that I think you inspired him, man. You inspired him, which helps me. I'm not sure how much that helps you, but you can feel good about it. You're still helping me. Shadow Link, bro. Feels good. Absolutely.
Holy shit.
Thank you so much, man. So with that 20 gifted from Shadow Link, that takes us to 31. He just completely crushed the goal. So Love to see it, man. Time to feed the beasts. Oh God, Luna, you scared me. I didn't know you were there. Thank you for being patient. Don't hurt me. I'm not hurt. I'm not trying to bother you. So we'll feed the beast.
Boasty, read me.
I think
It's
right
time to
now it's
feed the
just
beast.
Lay, are you here? No, it's just Luna. Here you go. Enjoy if you want. I don't know if you're not hungry, you don't have to eat them, but yeah, appreciate the support, guys. Can't do it without you. All right, let me. Oh wait, hold on. All right, let me get out. Sorry. Every time I go to check on my Streamlabs, I get immensely distracted because it does this thing where it lags, and when I go to check it, it like really quickly starts catching up, and I start seeing all these notifications pop off, and I'm like, wait, what's happening? I saw that message was removed, but it says, "What will be the next studios that Sony closes for you?" For me, I want to see Gorilla closed. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't want to see Gorilla closed, but I'm really curious to see how Horizon Hunters Gathering. I'm worried a little bit, just a little bit for Gorilla because I'm afraid that if Horizon Hunters Gathering does really poorly, it's gonna. I think it might hurt the studio a little bit. But in terms of who could get shut down, things might be looking a little spooky for Nixus. I'm not gonna lie to you. We got to keep an eye out for that. Titus Crow also decided to drop a £2 super chat saying the channel of more manly ass, no women allowed. Yes. Yes. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, I understand why people are asking questions. I think it's okay to ask questions. I think it's okay to wonder why, you know? I think you know what, to be honest, it's okay even to, I don't want to say I have a problem with it, but it's like, if it's just not, if you're not interested, you're not interested. You know what I mean? That's fine. But I think that people do become a little bit overly fixated. Just a little bit. I think they become overly fixated where it's like, guys, you're losing the plot. You're taking this so far out. And I've done that a couple of times, but then I realized like, wait a second. This is about playing and enjoying video games. You know? And I feel like we can't lose sight of that. Truly, I mean that. I know that sounds like cliche, but really it's like I think you'd be a little crazy. Like to a point where I would feel sorry for you. Where it's like if you stopped yourself from playing what could be a really awesome game because of a female protagonist, I feel like, come on. At that point, you're doing yourself a massive disservice. But, people can do what they want. And excuse me. Gaming Space with a £2 chat saying, "Did you know Ballistic Moon Studio shut down?" Yes. I think people have a misunderstanding. From what I can tell, some people have a misunderstanding with Ballistic Moon. They are not a Sony-owned studio. Sony had no say in that studio closing. That studio closed, I think, because they couldn't find work. I think Sony did make the decision not to work with them again because I don't think Sony was too pleased with the results of Until Dawn Remake. But it seems to me that they ended up suffering layoffs because Until Dawn didn't sell well. And it didn't review well, it didn't sell very well. And then it seems like after that they couldn't recover because they couldn't find work. And yeah, it is unfortunate, but it is, it happens. I would have been nice to see them be able to make it and maybe become another really strong studio that could have grown a relationship with Sony, but wasn't meant to be, I suppose. Smurf, that's funny, man. That's funny. Um, oh, that's okay, Lady Gamer. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. No worries. No worries. MBG, apparently Lego Horizon was not Sony's decision. It was the Lego group. Makes me wonder what other agreements they have. I saw that too. Yeah, there was I think it was Kiwi Talks who confirmed that or who stated that, saying this is not like this is information he knows that Lego was the one who, in order for Sony to make this game, they had to agree to put it on Switch. And I'm not shocked by that because Sony's done nothing else with the Switch in any meaningful way since then. And especially now that the Switch 2 exists and is selling so well, and Sony has their own handheld, yeah, I don't think they're going to want to have anything to do with porting their games to Switch. I think that rumor is very believable. Listening to a live stream while driving is the thing that makes my day. Well, I'm really thank you. I appreciate that, Nasser. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help make your day a little bit better. That's interesting. MBG, God willing, that horrible Horizon franchise dies off. Well, there are a lot of aspects I do like about Horizon. I do think it is becoming a little oversaturated. I agree. I think Sony went a little too crazy. Yeah, be careful with the texting and driving, though. That's true. I didn't put that together. But I think they've went a little too crazy. And Garrett says he's driving too. Okay, Garrett, stop it. But my big thing is I want Horizon 3. That's what I want. I appreciate that Guerrilla's trying different things. I appreciate that they want to grow their Horizon franchise. I'm not against any of these PlayStation studios wanting to grow their franchises. I understand, especially now, it's like things are more dangerous and volatile than ever before. You got to stick to what's going to work, but I really do just want Horizon 3, and it is frustrating a little bit. I got to be honest. It's a little bit frustrating to know that if what Jason Schreier reported is true, Horizon 3 is many years off. And I'm like, oh, like I enjoyed Forbidden West, I think a little bit more. I think I enjoyed the story of Forbidden West a little bit more than a lot of people. I didn't enjoy every aspect of it, but the ending that they set up and where they're taking it, I'm like, okay, this is going to get crazy and it could get really stupid, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling it. But, as long as it comes out and is worth the wait, that's all that really matters, right? What's cool is I was out of town this weekend and a couple of friends of me and my wife played Lego Horizon. They said they loved it. That's awesome. Hey, look at that. See, maybe it wasn't a mistake, Ray. Bobby Reed says, you made my day today. Well, thank you, Bob. You guys are too kind. Thank you. Horizon 3, PS6 only exclusive. It could be. Believe it or not, that will be like a benefit to me. If we don't get Horizon 3 until like like 2030 or something, then there's a good chance it will be PS6 only and it could really flex on that machine, which would be great. I could never care about the universe, the characters, the completely uninteresting stories, the uncompelling gameplay. Overall, I hate that franchise. Wow. Oh, hold on. Let me I just realized that didn't come through. So we have a direct donation from Moonshot. Let me replay this.
Funny how suddenly everyone understands the importance of exclusives, same people who treated them like the spawn of Satan the last 5 years lol.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Moonshot. I feel like I was gaslit many times by certain people over the years, where it's like, come on, MBG, like you're being anti-consumer. You got to be against exclusives. It's good. And I mean, like I said, I've gotten pretty close to being like, yeah, I can see the pros to games going multi-platform. Like, I can see how this can be a good thing, but with some downsides. Just like I can see the downsides of, you know, a game being exclusive, but see the upside to it as well. But I know exactly what you're talking about, Moonshot. I've seen a lot of that in the last 2 weeks. And no, we're going to talk about the PS5 Pro in a little bit. Yeah, that's another topic we have to discuss. But I've seen a lot of that, Moonshot. I've seen so many people. Um, I don't want to say, like, I mean, there obviously are people who are completely moving the goalposts, completely doing a 180 and flip flopping. I'm not really even referring to that because it's like, who even pays attention to that? I'm referring to the more subtle stuff that we see, where like a lot of people I think are like, oh yeah, you know what, that does make sense. Like, it always made sense. It's okay to be against it, but that's the big thing. Is like I've tried to explain to people for years, even as somebody that accepted, okay, I guess this, yeah, okay, sure. Hey, Sony, if you're going to go in this direction, I may as well just embrace it and try to see the good in it. You know what I mean? Try to see the glass half full. Um, but I always try to explain to people that like exclusives played a role, man, like a very important role. They always have in that. Again, it always just comes back down to what don't some people understand? That Sony is trying to sell a console, right? Like, I think there are a lot of people who do understand that and don't care, and that's fine. But as long as you understand, like, as long as if you say you hate exclusives and you think exclusives are bad, but I understand why they're exclusive, right? I'm not looking for acceptance as much as I'm just looking for understanding. And it seems like a lot of people the last 2 weeks suddenly, it just it clicked. It's like it's always been like that though, But I don't know, sometimes it just takes longer, I've been down that road. Sometimes things just take a while to click. Um what are you going to do? You know? Let me see. Truth Entertainment Gaming, you're saying Marathon is really good. You got a lot of the in-game. You got to stick with it. You got to do a lot in the game. You got to stick with it, and then it will hook you. I've been hearing some pretty good things about Marathon, but it's I can't pull the trigger on it, man. I can't do it.
They got this yada it devalues the console without them attitude, like that's not exactly what we've been saying this whole time.
Moonshot is popping off, bro. He's like, I've had it. Moonshot, I'll respond to that 1 second. Shadowlink, you're saying MBG, imagine Lamborghini to sell Honda or Toyota or vice versa. These companies sell exclusivity, their own stuff. What the hell is wrong with people? I mean, it's like I said, there's the thing about exclusives and exclusives driving an ecosystem, especially, console ecosystem, is it very much does ultimately become when you're in, you're in. If you're not, you're not. And I think there's also because I'm really trying to like grasp the bigger picture here of like, I think a hard truth for a lot of people, a lot of fans, right, is that the thing that you love and desire the most, for a lot of people, they just simply don't. However, it doesn't mean they don't have any interest. And it kind of comes back down to, it's like Microsoft saying, hey guys, here's our Xbox Series X. And here's Forza Horizon 5. Millions of PlayStation players being like, yeah, game looks pretty good. I like the way that game looks. Yeah. I'm not buying that Xbox though, dude. I'm good. I got my PS5. I got Gran Turismo. I'm good. I'm good. And then Microsoft being like, well, actually, we're going to bring it to PlayStation 5. Oh, I'll buy that $100 edition, bro. You can see how, like, it's a battle of, can you win people over or not? Can you convince them? And Sony and Nintendo have successfully done that to relinquish that, because that's such a powerful play. And I get that it's like, well, from the consumer standpoint, I don't care what's in Sony or Nintendo's best interest. But here's the thing. If you're in, and this is what I meant by when I said earlier, like when you're in, you're really in. If you're in it, you probably do a little bit, you know? Not, I mean, it varies. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you're in the ecosystem, it's going to be very hard for you to be mad or angry or distraught or any very negative feeling towards exclusives if you're in that ecosystem. I feel like that's obvious, but I just feel like sometimes people kind of overlook that, where it's like, it'd be like a PC player caring that CSGO isn't on console, as far as I'm aware, anyway. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about that. Like, why would they care at all? I mean, truthfully, they probably wouldn't care if it was, but it's just like, if there was like a group of PlayStation of like console gamers like freaking out that this Steam game is not on console, I don't imagine those Steam players being like, yeah, come on, like no, they're gonna be like, whatever, bro, just come to PC, like we don't care.
Yeah, man,
That's
it
what they're
really
gonna
irks
do.
me how
That's
people
what they're gonna
stating
say,
the
come to
obvious
PC.
truth were deemed console warriors and fanboys the last 5 years, and the pundits can just 180.
Moonshot, I'm gonna continue to read your messages here. Just I'm falling a little bit behind. Magnum Gaming with a $5 chat says, it was all just a narrative driven by the Xbox leadership, and people just followed because they had no choice. Well, yeah, I mean, I witnessed that in real time where, again, like, it really bothered me. Not so much now, but as it was happening, where I'm like, why are people that I know for a fact were cheering on exclusivity, why are they trying to demonize it now? That, like, the demonization of it, not the acceptance of, okay, well, I would prefer exclusives. They're not doing that. All right, I'm on board. Let's go. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking people who are actively cheering it one year, completely demonizing it the next, and by extension trying to demonize others. And that's what frustrated me the most, where it's like, dude, I can understand PC players who have been outside of this for years being like, ha, we got your games. We'll welcome everybody's. We don't care. We don't care. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't cared. We're on PC, bro. We don't care. Like, those players I understand. It's like, yeah, I can understand why you're rooting for this to go away, because you haven't really been involved with it for the longest time, or maybe ever, if you've only been a PC player. It really was the Xbox players that, and I'm you know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. It's seeing some of the Xbox players where it's like, come on, man. I'm not saying you gotta turn on Xbox and be like, I hate you, but you gotta admit you like exclusivity. It kind of comes with the territory of, like, that's why you bought an Xbox more than likely. That's why you're there today. To suddenly demonize that, it doesn't feel genuine. And that's what bothered me about it, where it's like, I just don't like to see people seemingly become so disingenuous to push a narrative. But it's like when you start to understand the narrative, where it's like, well, Microsoft told me when we all play, we all win, and exclusives are bad to for the industry. And it's like, Think about what you're saying. A company that sold you exclusives for 21 years, 22 years, is now suddenly telling you it's bad. Could it be because they can't sell them to you anymore and they need you to believe they're bad suddenly? No, they're bad. It's bad for Microsoft. That's who it's bad for. It's bad because they can't make it work like Sony and Nintendo have. And that's, I'm just that's all I'm saying where it's like you can accept it and be okay with it. I would never criticize somebody for that because that's the mature thing to do. Like, yeah, dude, you can't control what these corporations and these companies want to do. You can root for exclusivity all you want, but if they're not doing it, they're not doing it. If they're going in a different direction, they're going in a different direction. I just don't appreciate people who the people who have tried very hard to pretend that, like, oh, yeah, we always hated exclusives. I've seen the light. Like, there is no light to see, bro. You like exclusives. That's okay. That's okay because exclusivity has been a major part of this industry for its entire existence. And it's very understandable that if it just suddenly goes away, people are going to be like, "Wait a second. What? Hold on. This is different." Doesn't mean you can't learn to like it, but I totally get it, man. I totally get it. It's just some people had to, for their own sake, I suppose, run with a narrative shift. And I mean sprint with it. And John Hypocrite, you're saying Lambos use parts from Volkswagen to cut costs. Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not. What are you trying to say, John Hypocrite? And Moonshot, I'm going to reread what you said here. You said, yeah, man, it really irks me how people stating the obvious truth were deemed console warriors and fanboys the last 5 years, and the pundits can just 180. I know dude, listen, Moonshot, I'm not feeling unhinged today. I'm feeling good today. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I'll be honest with you, man. I have truly reached a point in this moment. I'm going to emphasize in this moment because who knows what tomorrow and the next day and beyond that brings. You guys know me pretty well. I just can't even pay attention anymore. I really can't. Where it's like, no disrespect, but what you have to say doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Because I've witnessed it. And there a little bit of humility goes such a long way, man. That's all I'm looking for in people. When people can admit that they were wrong, when people can admit that they were out of pocket or they were overhyped, they were lost in the sauce. I can admit, dude, that's been me so many times over to a point where the people who don't like me have ran with that to a degree where it's like all I can do is encourage people. If you want to hear what I have to say, tune in what I have to say. If not, totally fine. If you just want to go based off of what your preconceived notions or what you've heard, I'm totally fine with that too. I have no problem with that. But it's the people where they they act like they've been above this whole time and it's like no you haven't. You certainly have not. And what's worse is when there's just proof and evidence and it's like you should be better. You should care about being better and improving. Nobody's perfect. One of the things I can't stand about the internet, and especially when it comes to influencers and personalities, is it's like you got to be on point all the time. Like, no, man, people are wrong all the time, and it's okay to be wrong. People make mistakes all the time. People change their mind all the time. All of this is totally normal, it's totally human, and it's totally okay. But in the middle of all that, it's how you behave and how you conduct yourself that to me is the difference maker. Where it's like, do you like, are you okay? Are you going to be arrogant about it? Are you going to deny it? Are you going to try to sweep it under the rug and pretend it never happened or doesn't exist? Are you going to try to act like you were always better? That's what bothers me, man. It's the arrogance of it, the hubris, the just all these things that come along with people feeling like they need to maintain an image. And it's like, that's ridiculous. That's nonsensical. And worst of all, it's just totally juvenile. And I say this as somebody, yes, I've been down that road. And sometimes I still get caught up in that, right? I get mixed up in that stuff where I'm like, this is dumb. Like, who cares, man? You know? Like, who cares if you have to just say, yeah, I sounded pretty stupid and I was wrong. But hopefully I'm not now. Because you know what? Everybody's stupid. Nobody's born smart. Nobody's just born knowing anything. You have to learn. But that's the thing, man. If you think about what I'm saying right now, this doesn't really apply to the internet most of the time, unfortunately. The internet would be a better place if it did, just like the world would be a better place if more of this applied, universally speaking. But it doesn't. And so, Moonshot, all I can really say at this point, man, is that like it's hard for me to pay any attention to it. It's not about like giving people second or third chances. It's not about that. It's just about like I feel like I know, and I think people have they figured this about me too. Like they assume this about me, which is fine. It's like I know your agenda. I know what you're all about, and I'm not interested. And that's why I totally respect people who look at me and say that, and I'm like, that's totally cool, man. Like, yeah, my agenda is to sit here and talk about PlayStation, continue to tell you I'm not going to talk about Xbox just to keep talking about Xbox, build a community, make money on the internet. Like, nothing's being hidden. It's right there. And I'm not going to try to pretend it's something it's not. If somebody were to people call me out all the time. Bro, like John Hipcrit called me out first thing when I started streaming. It's like, you're right. You're right. I blow a gasket when there's Microsoft layoffs. I blow a gasket. It's like, why don't you blow the gasket for EA? And yeah, that's where it's like it's undeniable that it's because I have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder towards Microsoft oriented bad news. I'm gonna hone in on that more. Just like some of my audience is. The problem are other places that do the same thing and act like they don't. Oh, we're better than that. No, you're not. You do the same thing, and that's okay. Everybody has their biases, man, and they're always going to show through. It's better to just embrace it, accept it, and more importantly, understand that sometimes it's a bad thing. Just like I can understand, am I blinded by the hype sometimes? Absolutely. Am I blinded by the hate sometimes? Absolutely. If we could all just get to a place where we could be more willing to admit our faults and come to a level of acceptance, then we can make progress. We will relapse. We will fall into the same traps. But as long as we can walk away feeling like we're truly learning something, there's some kind of take home message here, some kind of lesson to take away. But I'm just in a good mood today, so who knows? I'm going to come back tomorrow and be like, let me tell you why Xbox is absolute garbage, and I hate that fan base. All right, let me see. John Hipcrit, you're saying Sony needs to focus on PlayStation users. Ask why GT7 isn't selling 70 million like a Mario Kart, or Spider-Man selling 40 million like Zelda Breath of the Wild. And it is true about the Lambos. I had no idea. No, I think you're completely correct there. We do need to start focusing on that. Sony needs to start focusing on that, because if we really do care about this brand and what it offers and what it has done, and we care about the franchises, we care about the IP, we care about all the things that go along with that, we also have to keep in mind that this is a business. They're always going to be looking for growth. And with all these things in mind, we should be asking those questions. Like, how do you get a game like GT7 to sell like like I mean just one singular entry in this franchise to sell. I mean, I don't 70 million. I don't even know that's an anomaly at that point, dude. Ain't nobody gonna do that. GT7 will never catch Mario Kart. But if GT7 sells like 15 million, how do you get it to? How can you realistically? Is it possible? There's got to be a way. 20 million, then 25, then 30. I don't want to say how do you get from 15 to 30 because it's like that's you're asking to double your player base. Nobody knows how to do that overnight. But surely there's a way to get from 15 to 20 million. That's hard. That is the hard thing, but that is absolutely what Sony has to focus on. Because you know what the thing is? If the PS6 is a successful console, but growth across the industry as we know it is kind of in a stagnant place, that's where Sony's going to have to look to find their growth. They're going to have to double down on their own install base, and I don't know how they're going to solve that problem. Well, I mean, it's not really a problem, but I don't know how they're going to extract that desired growth in that way. And John Hipcrit, you're saying, is Spider-Man predates and is bigger than Zelda. Well, yeah, I don't know. That's where there is. I feel like what you're doing is you're comparing Sony to Nintendo, which is necessary because I do think they are more, they're closer to being, competitors, I would say at this point than Sony and Microsoft are. So they're probably the closest thing to an actual like genuine like we might have to worry about these guys, depending, you know. MBG, you've been pretty good at admitting when you weren't 100% right about a take. It's a rare thing on the internet today. Well, I appreciate that. And yeah, I'm not doing that just so people could be like, yeah, man, people perceive it as weakness, and it's people don't like that. There's a reason why people care so much about their image. You can't look weak. You can't come off as weak. But in my opinion, all of that's nonsense because everybody's weak. You know how I know? Because you're all human. As far as I'm aware. I'm assuming you're all human. Any person I see, I know that there's an image, and that person, not trying to get too philosophical here, but it's like we're all people, our experiences are not that drastically different. Being human means you're going to be weak in many, many, many areas. And the best you can hope to do is try to strengthen those weaknesses. You're going to fail a lot of the time. You're going to succeed a lot of the time, but one thing I know for sure is that everybody has their faults. Everybody has their weaknesses. And I do believe that if people were less concerned about hiding them, it's necessary. Like, I don't want to be too unrealistic about it. Like, it is necessary to a degree. We can't just be, we'll come off as weirdos if you were like that in every instance. But if people were just a little bit more willing to put the ego aside just a little bit and just admit, it's okay. Like a lot of times people can't move past something because they just can't admit it, even to themselves. Once you can get to that point, like that's when you've won half the battle. The only other half is now you just got to put something in the practice. And that can be just as hard, if not even harder. But yeah, there's two parts to the battle here. Anyway, I got to be careful. It's getting we're approaching the 3-hour mark. I got to be careful not to steer too far in the direction of philosophy here. We do sometimes, but I still have a topic I have to talk about, guys. All right. MBG, GDC Xbox time slot tomorrow. New info, most likely. Okay, so thank you for telling me that, Daniel. I'm going to say right now, we're probably going to talk more Xbox, if that's true. I didn't actually pay attention to when the Xbox GDC time slot is, but if what you're saying is true, it's happening tomorrow. Yeah, they do seem to be putting an emphasis on Project Helix, so anticipate that there will be more Xbox talk. Okay, I'm just letting you know in advance. But I'll always try to keep it. I'll try my best. The only thing I can promise at this point, I cannot promise that I won't talk about Xbox. Okay, clearly I'm going to. I'm not going to try to lie to my audience or lie to myself and be like, I'm not doing it. I'm not talking about Xbox. It's just like I'm still going to talk about Nintendo. I think there's, to be clear, I still have more of an interest in Xbox than I do Nintendo at the end of the day, which is why I talk about them more than Nintendo. But I'm trying to get better at incorporating all these different companies into the conversation when I can. But there is no denying that we have, if I had the gumption to just be like, I'm not talking about Xbox no matter what, that'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see the results of me not acknowledging Project Helix, not talking about any of the information that's being discussed by others and insiders and being written up about Xbox. That would be interesting. But I do feel like people would expect that. You know, they'd be like, bro, how come you're not talking about Helix? You know, like, did you like, and people would super chat me. Hey, maybe that's a good way to get more super chats. I won't talk about it. I'll make them make me talk about it. I'm just kidding. But MBG, do you think another reason why Sony pulled back from the PC market is because the Helix might make their games look or play better, thus giving Microslop a huge, or a, why did I say huge, a bragging edge? I mean, that could get messy. That I think that could be, there could be more Xbox associated with Sony's decision making than we realize. And I'm not saying that from like a console warrior perspective. I'm saying that from the history that even when we look at all of the different things that Microsoft has done, they, I mean, look, man, I don't think it's likely, but anything is possible. This device could end up being more desirable than maybe we believe. It depends on many factors, but what I can say is it would be an awkward situation for Sony to be in, where it's like, here's Venom for PlayStation 6. Please be excited. And you get people being like, yeah, I'm going to be excited to play the best version on my Xbox Helix when it comes out. It's like, oh, well, it's not coming out for like a year or two. It's like, that's okay. I'll wait. It's like that. That's pretty bad. Like, because now, yeah, now it's an Xbox. I mean, they're calling it a console. If I'm going just based off of what Microsoft is saying, they're calling it a console. That's an awkward position to be in. If you're Sony, I would say. It's like, bro, this is it's a little awkward, you know? But yeah. I don't think that's like the main driving reason. I just think if you line up all the reasons, they all say, Sony, you should probably stop doing this. For your own best interest. MBG, if you don't talk about the latest gaming news, Xbox, your haters win. They want no logical Xbox takes. I think about that too sometimes, man. I'm not going to lie. Like, I kind of picked up on that when I put out that tweet that I didn't expect it to go viral, but people were getting very mad at me. And I'm like, dude, I'm not saying this. Like, I'm not the one saying this about this device. This is a rumor. And I make that clear. Like, this is insider information. Believe it if you want. And people got like really mad because they're like, again, it just, I guess because the way the information was presented, it doesn't sound good, but it's like, that's not my job. Like, people want me to be hyper critical towards Sony, which I am for many of the things they do. But it's like, if you're going to even attempt to talk about Xbox, you have to orient it in a much more palatable way. And it's like, bro, I'm not Microsoft marketing. I'm not Sony marketing. I'm not Nintendo marketing. I'm not Steam Valve marketing. I'm just going to orient it the way that I believe that I want to orient it. And yeah, to me, the Xbox Helix, it doesn't sound bad, but there is one aspect to it that to me does sound very bad. And that aspect is that I know it's not really a console. It doesn't matter what Microsoft wants to say. It doesn't matter what an Xbox fanboy wants to tell me. It's a PC. And that's okay. But the reason why that's bad to me is because what I know about this very powerful PC with a console wrap on it is that this thing is in no way going to truly compete with the PlayStation 6. That to me is bad. So I naturally have a more negative skew towards it. I'm grateful and glad that, well, at least this means I can get Forza on my PlayStation and Fable and State of Decay 3. I am grateful for that and I am glad. But it also leaves this kind of massive void that always existed that, in my opinion, only led to Sony doing better. It's not to say it's a guarantee they won't do better with that void being there, but it is to say that the chances are slimmer now. And the excitement level is also, in terms of just the zeitgeist around covering next gen consoles, is also going to be diminished, which for me, yeah, I've always looked forward to that. And it's always helped my channel as well. So I'm not even going to deny that aspect of it. So, it's like when people are out here be like, well, why don't you, stop talking about it? It's like, all I can say to people at that point is, the day you realize I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about, regardless of what you think I should be talking about, is the day that you will be set free, possibly from my content, which that's not what I'm hoping for, but I'm going to talk about the things that I want. How could I sit here for hours and hours if it wasn't to talk about things that I'm actually interested in? You know? And yes, one of the things I'm most interested in is how this next generation for both Sony and Microsoft is going to play out. So that's why it's like, respectfully to my audience, I want to be more respectful towards my audience and let you know I'm going to do the best I can in my titles and my thumbnails to avoid any misdirection, any misleading, especially in my streams. Especially in my streams. I want people who are going to come to my streams to have a very good idea where it's like, listen, if you missed the part where I run down the topics, please look at the title. You'll have a very good idea of generally what we're discussing. You're not going to look at the title. It'll be very rare. It is very rare that you look at the title and it's like, why are you talking about like the some occasionally if you come in at a bad time, it might be that way where it's like, bro, you said you were going to talk about, you know, PS5 Pro and exclusives and stuff, and you're out here talking about the collapse of society or something like that. It's like, it's the nature of live streaming. All right. Speaking of which, I am getting a little bit off track here. There is one other topic we do have to discuss, guys, and I think this will be the closer topic. Really quick though, Mr. B, you're saying just got home, time to fire up Yote Legends. Yeah, man, I'm gonna. If I don't try it tonight, I will try it tomorrow. So there are a few other things we still have to discuss. I am over 3 hours into the stream, and so I'm gonna try my best not to rush through anything here. But let me close some of these tabs. Battlefield was part of one of the third-party topics that I had, but some of these third-party topics I'm certainly gonna have to save for tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be able to stream tomorrow. Let me see here. Okay, so we have right here. I feel like I did not discuss this enough. I'm a little bit annoyed because I put it in my title. I don't think my title was misleading, but I just care deeply about this stuff. Inconsistent messaging from manufacturer Microsoft has prompted fresh speculation about whether it will continue to release its games on PlayStation. With new information on Xbox Helix expected at GDC this week, comments from CEO Ashish Sharma have prompted a fresh wave of speculation. about whether the Redmond firm may return to exclusivity. Exclusives are absolutely not happening, said notorious NeoGAF user Sneakers SO, who's known for having insight into Xbox's plans. The insider has been talking quite openly about Microsoft's new machine, and in a subsequent series of posts described it as a set-top box version of the PC-based ROG Ally X handheld that's not meant for the mass market target audience. Recent speculation suggested it could cost as much as $1,200, while the PS6 is expected to come in at a significantly lower cost. Xbox has sparked fresh speculation about the feasibility of exclusives due to comments from its new CEO. Writing on X, she said, "Hear you," in response to one fan, very much encouraging the company to return to exclusivity. The firm's plans have been put under increased scrutiny levels due to rumors regarding Sony's own PC strategy. It seems PlayStation intends to return to true exclusivity for its first-party single-player games, making Microsoft's own strategy more stark in contrast. But the companies had different business objectives and find themselves in wildly different scenarios. The PS5 is on track to sell over 100 million units, while the Xbox Series X and S have completely faltered. Moreover, Game Pass has practically erased full-price software sales within Microsoft's own ecosystem. But we have another article here that says Microsoft has said Project Helix, its next-gen Xbox system, will, quote, lead in performance, and it seems any potential buyers looking to gain access to that power will have to pay a hefty price. In a breakdown of the potential specs for the next Xbox console, which runs both Xbox and PC games, YouTuber insider Moore's Law is Dead shares that the components could total anything between $900 and $1,500. The insider states that while Sony is going for a more PS4-like approach as it designs the PS6, Microsoft is building a bridge out of the console market, and so they'll probably charge $1,000 or more for this thing. It's said the current price of RAM is impacting the price of the system, and so too is a graphics card Microsoft plans to use that succeeds the AMD 9070 XT. This new graphics card could be priced anywhere between $550 and $650, according to the YouTuber, and this will demand more RAM. Every component is driving the price up. Moore's Law is Dead believes that while Microsoft could probably achieve a $900 price point if the next Xbox machine was manufactured on a large scale, he also thinks the company will want to make a profit on it. Quote, so I will say that I expect at least $1,000. If they wanted to be crazy aggressive, I would see $900, and most likely I could see $1,200, but I don't think it will be more than $1,500, end quote. The PlayStation 6 is also expected to be an expensive console, but despite the higher price point over the current PS5 and Xbox Series X, the insider believes, quote, a lot of people will still just get the PlayStation. Most people will, I think. The argument Microsoft is offering here is around the potential performance boost over the PS6. Quote, for people who want to go to PC gaming and had an Xbox, I think that'll be a compelling argument at $1,000 and probably still even at $1,200, end quote. So I wanted to just run through both of these write-ups because on one hand, we have Sneakers saying, and I did cover this briefly earlier, but just to re-emphasize it, just to hammer home the point here, in my opinion, Sneakers is saying absolutely don't expect exclusives to return for Xbox. I would completely agree with that, saying that you don't need to talk to somebody on the inside of Microsoft to understand why that's not going to happen. But on the flip side of that, we're also hearing from Moore's Law is Dead the pricing of these consoles. And once again, man, I put out a post on Twitter asking people how they would feel, like if they would still buy an Xbox Helix if it's priced between $1,000 and $1,500. And people lost their mind on me because I said it's expected to cost between those price ranges. And one thing that I learned, see, this is where I can kind of gauge some things from Twitter. It seems like there's a lot of people who were completely unaware of this device until Microsoft announced it, which makes sense. If you're not following leaks, you're not following rumors, you're not following the insiders, You're not even going to know about this thing, let alone knowing that it's going to be very expensive. And I'm so curious to see how Microsoft rolls out the announcement of the pricing of this console and how Sony will clearly wait for them to do that and react to it. Because one thing I learned with that post is there are so many people that are they refuse to believe that this console is going to be anywhere near that price range. Like there are people, I even saw people responding by basically saying like, "Nah, man, this thing's going to be like $600." And I'm like, "I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand that the APU of this thing has been officially leaked, officially, but the real APU of this thing has leaked. Like this thing cannot be $600, right? And when you pair that with everything else we know, it begins to make sense why it would be so expensive. Hold on one sec. Probably $1,000. Well, I mean, here's the thing that I kind of want to focus on for a couple minutes here before we talk about the PS5 Pro, because I got a couple things to say about that as well. I think that there's just no way around a certain reality here. That reality, I believe, is going to look something like this. You're going to see starting now that Project Helix is officially announced, and they're going to talk about it at GDC tomorrow. This indicates to me the marketing cycle has begun. So you're going to see like a year and a half long marketing push with this thing where they're going to, you're going to be hearing about it a lot. And I think one of the last things they're going to announce is the price, which makes sense. And I think what the goal is going to be is to just really, really try to sell people on this, to get as much positive talk and momentum as is humanly possible, because they're going to need it when the price drops. When the price drops, you're going to see people turn on this thing. That's what I believe. I think you're going to see people coming out in droves being like, this thing sounds amazing. This thing looks amazing. It's going to be this is next gen. What's Sony even going to do? But I think I think you're going to see a bubble. You're going to see a bubble begin to develop. And that bubble, that's a hype bubble. And that hype is going to be Microsoft's, unfortunately, they're going to have to be the one to pop their own bubble, and I think they're going to try their best to let people down gently, but it's like, you can't do that. The mass market is going to be in disbelief when the price of this console is announced. People like me and you will not be even a little bit surprised because we're paying close attention. We've been paying attention. But unless Microsoft pulls a card that no one was expecting, which I would fall out of my chair if they pulled this card where they're like, this thing is worth like $1,000 or $1,200. We're going to subsidize it. We're charging 600. I would fall out of my chair. And I would look at Sony and say, "Oh, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble, Sony." That's not going to happen. I think we all know that. It will be like the PS5 Pro on steroids in terms of the reaction to the announcement. If you thought people reacting to a $700 console was bad, it's like, dude, people are not the war. Let me word this as best I can. Right now, people are beginning to believe that there's another next gen console war brewing. The war will end the day the price of Xbox Helix is announced. People will realize very quickly, like, oh, we were hyping up a console war that was on the horizon, but there never actually was a console war on the horizon. And it will simmer down very quickly. And it'll be very sobering for people, where all the people who hyped it up, they're still going to be hyped for it. The people who know how much it's going to be, But there's going to be millions of people who are going to get on this Xbox Helix hype train, and they're going to be, you know, they just have no idea where this train is headed. And we know this train is headed towards $1,000, $1,200 device. That if you already have a competent PC, you well, yeah. When it comes to the PS5 Pro, I've said over and over again, like, dude, this is not the Pro and the Xbox Helix are going to have one major thing in common. Neither device is trying to appeal to the mass market. The Pro is not for the mass market at all. It's doing relatively well for the price point that it's at and the fact that it's a mid-gen refresh console. It's doing better than I think people expected. But that's the thing here. This isn't a mid-gen refresh. Microsoft is putting, I would say, Xbox players in a unique position where they're like, listen, man, you can, like, we want you to be hyped for this device and we want you to buy it. But we also understand that a lot of you are going to dip when we tell you how much it is. Because I want you to imagine, think about this for a second. Really think about this. Imagine if the PlayStation 6 was announced and it was announced to be $1,000. How many PlayStation players did Sony just lose? I think we know the answer to that. You're saying the PlayStation 6 will be close to 1K? I don't believe that. I don't believe that because if Sony chooses to go in the more premium direction, then it's over. And I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but it's just, with Project Helix being so prevalent right now, people are going to be talking about these things. If Sony puts out a PlayStation 6 at $800 or $900, it's over. Like, that's Sony saying, like, yeah, this is our last console, and we know it's not going to sell well, and we're okay with that. That's exactly what Microsoft is doing because they know they're done trying to penetrate the the console hardware market. They're done. They can't. They've tried. Why do you think they upped the price of the Series X and S twofold? To a point where literally nobody's buying it. Because what is that? What message does that send? It tells you that they're moving on. And you have people like Moore's Law is dead telling you that, like, yes, this device is made to kind of get people away from console and more to PC. Like, Microsoft is creating that bridge. Bobby Reed, we did talk about EA at the beginning of the stream. I think we talked about it for about 10 or 15 minutes. You're keeping your PS5 because you can't afford to get another console, and that's totally fair. A lot of people are going to be in that position. The real story is the wages have not kept up with inflation. That's true. And that's something that Sony needs to absolutely, again, if Sony wants the PS6 to be in tens of millions of homes, they have to consider that. Because you know what? Hey, Sony, you are worth billions and billions and billions of dollars, an unfathomable amount of money. You can eat it. Short-term loss, long-term gain. That's how Sony needs to think with their console. And if they can't think that way because they're too nervous about how investors in the volatile market might react right now, well, they're liable to make some really huge mistakes that can't necessarily be undone, or, it's very risky. You might, you might be able to undo those mistakes and fix it, but I'm not so sure, MBG a PS6 at $800 with a disk drive is max. They will sell it for. I'm pretty confident it will sell. I mean, Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that the PS6 will have a disk drive version that will be more expensive, which is okay. I think everybody's prepared for that. Um, Good little Timmy in Ohio can play his Fortnite on a PlayStation. It'll be for the hardcore. Well, that's another. I mean, that's another uphill battle Sony has to face. Man, is yeah. How are you going to convince like the casuals to upgrade? And how is Sony going to convince? Well, it's not that Sony would need to convince them, but how long will third parties support cross gen? Look at how long they supported it with the PS4. People are going to be even more comfortable in the PS5. So, um, believe me when I tell you, believe me when I tell you that we cannot, nobody can confidently, like 100% confidently predict what Sony's going to do. We just can't. We can make some really safe assumptions, but all I really can say with absolute certainty is that this is the most interesting position that the brand PlayStation has been in since its inception. The only other time it was more interesting was maybe when they originally had a partnership with Nintendo that fell apart and they basically wanted revenge. Outside of that, this is the most interesting for PlayStation, not for the console war, not for the competition, but just to see everything we know. How, like, every decision Sony makes here is it's so critical. I mean, we're talking in business terms, life or death, man. Like, what they choose to price the PlayStation 6 at is so, like, dude, that's make or break. Whether you do exclusives or not, possibly make or break. What you're going to do with your handheld, make or break. All these things are make or break because look at how fragile the market is right now. Look at how jumpy everybody is. Look at how comfortable everybody is. You know, outside of people like me and you who consider ourselves the hardcore, where it's like, I'll be there with the PlayStation 6 day one, and I have a YouTube channel covering it. So, I'm certainly in a weird place compared to 99.99% of people. How is Sony going to thread this needle where we need the PS4 and PS5 to be as desirable, or sorry, we need the PS6 to be as desirable as the PS4 and PS5? How are we going to do that? And I'll tell you what, it's going to be a hell of a show watching the build up to that to see, yeah, how are you going to do that, Sony? That's true. I can write it off as a business expense. You're absolutely right. How many other people can do that? Not many. I'm very I'm very privileged to be able to do that. And so for somebody like me, I can say, "Oh yeah," and don't get me wrong, it'll still be expensive for me too if it's expensive for you, most likely. But it's like, yeah, no, I can 100% justify this purchase. I can literally say like, "Oh, I'm buying this because I'm going to cover it on my YouTube channel." But for again, 99.99% of people, they're going to have a reason. Like there needs to be a real raw like I want that thing. And I look at the way things are now and I'm like, Sony, I I'm so fat. Like I'm not worried about how much the Xbox Helix is going to be because I already know like dude, you're going to sell maybe like 5, 8, maybe 10 million units lifetime. Maybe I mean, look, if you really want to push it, maybe 15 to 20 if we're really pushing it, which would be crazy. Sony's looking to sell another 100 million and I'm like that's so interesting, man. Seeing Sony faced with this reality of like, dude, you're going to try to make it happen at a time when everything's telling you this ain't going to happen. Oh, I can't wait. It's either going to be like, holy shit, Sony is doing it. They're doing it. Oh my God. It's either going to be that or it's like, oh God. Oh no. Like they're doing it. They're destroying it. How is this happening? And I can't wait to see. Jimmy Mac 88 with a generous $20 super chat. Thank you for that, man. He says, I agree. Sony's in a different position. $800 is a tough sell for a console. Xbox is selling services. Windows is the selling point. This is why they are leveraging Steam and partnering with OEMs to have different devices. Exactly. Yeah, a lot of people seem to overlook the fact that Windows is the selling point because we discussed this recently how if Steam is available on their box, right? And that's where you would assume many players will buy their games. Where's Microsoft making their money? I'll tell you where they're making their money. They're making their money off of the point of sale. More people need to understand this. Not you guys. I know I'm like preaching to the choir here, but when I tell you that when I look at my Twitter post and I see so many people flabbergasted and just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, here you go, boss. What do you mean this thing's gonna be $1,000, $1,500? What are you out of your mind? And I'm like, keep in mind that this device, Xbox Helix, is going to have Steam on it. And Microsoft is suddenly, for the vast majority of people, well, I'm gonna say vast majority, but for probably more than half the people that buy this device, they're buying their games on Steam now. And they're giving up their 30% rip. So where do you think they're going to make their money literally at the point of sale where it's like, yeah, we're charging $1,200 so we can immediately make a profit off of you with this sale. After that, anything else is just extra. That's another reason why this console, the Xbox Helix, is likely to be exorbitantly priced versus the PlayStation 6, where Sony, again, they might have to take a hit in the short term. You know? John Hipcrit, you're saying maybe you skipped my last super. Was away at F door? At what? Hold on, let me double check. I might have missed it. Oh, okay. Hold on. There might be an easier way. Let me do. Oh yeah, my bad. I did miss it. I'm sorry. My bad, John Hipcrit. Um, You're saying here PlayStation games could have picked up on PC, but Microsoft seemingly made them pull from PC over a Helix console that probably won't reach 5 million sales. A chess move? A chess move, you say? Hmm. That's an interesting way to view it. My instinct tells me definitely not, but it's interesting to view it from the perspective, to consider the perspective of, yeah, we want to get PlayStation off of PC because that's where we want to be, you know? Like we want to dominate on Steam, and if Sony is on Steam and trying to dominate, how many times am I going to say That's how Microsoft talks. That just makes it harder for us. I'm going to say it's an interesting thought. 98% chance that's not why any of this is happening. But who knows? Who knows? Stranger things have occurred. I'm sorry, my YouTube studio is completely crashing right now. It won't even load. I can't see anything. Any day now. It's still loading. Sorry, guys. I do want to transition from this conversation, though. I'm assuming my stream didn't crash. I'm assuming I'm still live. Clark, can you... Let me see. Still hasn't loaded. There we go. Okay. That took a concerningly long amount of time. I think we're good. All right. I do it. So my voice is starting to give out a little bit here. I can tell. I don't know why. But But yeah, I wanted to make sure to talk about some of the information we were getting from not only Sneakers SO, but also Moore's Law's Dead about the next Xbox and how this may or may not impact the PlayStation 6. But when it comes to pricing, I think everybody's anticipating both of these devices are going to be more expensive, but I do think one is going to be way more expensive than the other. That's really what we're starting to look at here. And Clark is so exotic looking. Yeah, he's something. But I want to talk about one more topic as the closer topic for the stream, and that is the PS5 Pro, the console I'm playing now, and that I think some of you are playing right now. And I want to talk about how it's doing. We have some, I think, good news. I'm happy to see the Pro do well. It says the PS5 Pro is enjoying a second wind over a year after it originally released, and Resident Evil Requiem's outstanding use of PSSR2 is probably to thank. Sony announced recently that it will be rolling out an updated version of its proprietary upscaler at some point in March. This will be available as a toggle for all existing games that are enhanced by PSSR or take advantage of it, hopefully resolving many of the issues that have impacted the technology in its initial guise. For those, well, I'm not going to bother saying for those who don't know, all of you basically know what PSSR is at this point. But it says, hold on. Yeah, so it says here Crimson Desert will be the next game to natively take advantage of this feature, and it's going to be interesting to see if Pearl Abyss managed to extract as much power out of the PS5 Pro as Capcom. Regardless, these improvements have resulted in a run on the PS5 Pro, which have seen it go out of stock in the US on PlayStation Direct. There are still other ways to obtain the pricey piece of hardware, so it's not completely unavailable. It's not like it's sold out everywhere, but it's reflective of a potential uptick in interest. Some fans may have also decided to spend on the PS5 Pro in response to the rumors of the PS6 potentially getting delayed, which we're now hearing apparently it's not getting delayed. Clark, please don't. Okay. Please don't do what it seems like you're about to do and just stick your butt directly in the camera. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. I'm censoring. I'm censoring. You're knocking it down. I'm censoring it. You need to go. You need to go. Get down. Bro. I'm just trying to talk about the PS5 Pro, Clark. Why you gotta like literally turn around and back up into the camera? Why would he do that? These cats, man. I'll tell you. Well, I tried to censor as best I could. But yeah, man, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes here to acknowledge that, guys, look, man. Here we go. John Hipcrit just can't accept, he can't deal with us being a little bit excited about the PS5 Pro. He says Crimson Desert cucked the PS or the base PS players. Oh, the base PS players. LOL, 40 FPS. So actually that I read what the PS5 Pro is doing. What is the base PS5 for Crimson Desert? Is that true? There's no 60 FPS? Let me see. Yo, really quick, I just want to say Digital Foundry posted 3 hours ago. I guess they posted a video, or maybe it's an article. I'll check it out a little bit later, but it says Project Helix versus PlayStation 6 will be interesting, but the console wars are over and Sony and Microsoft had different priorities. Even Digital Foundry is saying it, man. I'm trying to see what Crimson Desert runs at on the base PS5, though. Here we go. Okay, I have the sheet right here. PlayStation 5 performance 1080p 60 FPS with VSync slash 60 plus FPS for VRR, ray tracing low, but balanced 4K from 1280p using FSR3, 40 FPS VSync, ray tracing low. Okay, well, it's not all right. That's not as bad as I was expecting. For a second, I thought it was going to be like or 40 FPS was the only option for base PS5, but they do have a 60 FPS, but you are locked at 1080p. So to me, that's less than ideal. Absolutely less than ideal. I mean, 1080p still looks good. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like practically lying to myself. I'm not okay with 1080p anymore. I'm not gonna pretend. Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, oh yeah, I'd be fine with 1080p. Dude, if I was locked at 1080p, I'd lose it, being like, I want my 4K. I want my 1440p at least. Come on, I can't do this no more. It's just true. I expect everything to be 4K now. Does this? Well, yeah. What does the Series S have? I don't know. I didn't even look at the Xbox version. Series S. Hold on. That's the PC specs. Let's see. Series S performance mode 720p at 40 FPS with VSync, ray tracing off. Quality mode 1080p 30 FPS VSync, ray tracing off. Well, Series X, they have performance balanced and quality. Performance 1080p, 60 FPS VSync, 60 plus FPS VRR, ray tracing low. Balanced upscaled 4K from 1280p FSR3, 40 FPS VSync, ray tracing low. And then quality 4K from 1440p FSR3, 30 FPS VSync, ray tracing high. I mean, generally speaking, I will say it seems like, I don't know if it's going to hit these targets, but Crimson Desert seems like a very well optimized game overall. But yeah, I mean, we're late into the generation, so with a game as big as Crimson Desert, I guess I'm not shocked to see it's like 720p in performance, 30 FPS, 720p, 40 FPS in performance mode. That's rough. Yeah, like, to me, it's like you would just be better off buying a PS5 Pro or Series X. Like, you know what I mean? Just, you should buy, if you're planning on seriously playing this game, you should probably buy any of those if you're able to. If the Series S is your only means, all right, then you just got to bite the bullet on it. You got to accept it. They have the Xbox ROG Ally to port to. True. But guys, yeah, so it seems as though ever since Sony announced PSSR2 and ever since we've seen Resident Evil 9 release and find out that this game, I remember, dude, this game was taking advantage of PSSR2. I saw posts, bro. You just dropped a 10 bomb. Did I get it? Big Tech, nothing dropped on my end. If it didn't come through, it may have been your bank. That happens on occasion. I'll give it a couple minutes and see if it comes through. But if it doesn't, it may have been your bank stopping it. As annoying as that is, it does happen. And usually what that it's absolute BS when people are just trying, because it's not even like, don't get me wrong, 10 memberships is 10 memberships, but sometimes these banks, they're like, oh my God. Like he's draining his whole account. Like, not usually. But we'll give it a minute or two, Big Tech, and we'll see what happens. Will games still get optimized for the Pro when the 6 drops? I mean, I assume so, yeah. I assume they still will. I don't see why they wouldn't. But, I mean, that's the thing, man. Ever since PSSR2 was announced, I saw people dropping Reddit posts basically saying, like, I'm feeling the FOMO, like, after seeing Resident Evil 9, like, should I upgrade? Is it time for me to upgrade? And obviously that person has to make the decision on their own, but my recommendation to people with the Pro, it's a tough one, man, because the Pro is awesome, in my opinion. It's a great console, and I'm very pleased with it. I mean that. Where, like, especially with Resident Evil, sometimes I'm just looking at it, I'm like, damn. Like, I don't good Sony, you gotta convince me for the PS6, bro. This looks awesome. And I definitely had high expectations for PSSR 2, but I have to admit, like, it's kind of surpassing them a little bit. But but it's just fascinating to me to be experiencing a console for the first time where it's like, dude, this has never happened on console. It's never I've never bought a console where it's just like we have a technology where it's just going to get better in like a year. And we're going to be able to add a toggle in a year that any game that uses this technology, when you turn that toggle on, it will improve it automatically. And I know for people on PC, like this has been a thing for a while, but in the console space, it's very novel and it's welcome. And I'm glad. Yeah, I know it's not new, but I'm glad because it's like, okay, so this can make sense in a console environment. It's more streamlined and simplified, it seems. At least Sony's trying to keep it that way. But but yeah, I imagine PSSR is going to do big things. If it's doing this on a PS5 Pro 1 year later, I can only imagine what it's going to be able to do when we get PSSR 3 and 4 on, you know, on the PlayStation 6. And I'm just happy to see the pros doing well because, well enough, because I think it is a good console. And I do think that people do have to be careful though, because I still get questions like, should I get a PS5 Pro or wait for the PS6? And I'm like, dude, I don't know. Moore's Law is dead is saying Sony's still going for 2027. You might be better off waiting. You might be better off waiting. As amazing as the Pro is, you might want to try to resist that FOMO if you're feeling it. MBG, I think they will start to PS will they'll use PSSR enhanced, not Pro or PS6. We know the Pro and PS6 will have PSSR. They could go in that direction, right? Considering even Sony is selling their PS branded 2 TB SSD on direct for $699, you're basically getting an SSD and a free Pro. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, that is crazy, man. You're saying the Pro is more PC than console? Mm, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so because like you can't like browse the internet. You can't really install things. It's not open like PC. But it is beginning. We're seeing technology that traditionally has only been kind of reserved for PC, you know, being implemented. I'm a bit late to the party here, but did you see that Hassan and Abandon have made a comeback? Young, yeah. Oh my God, Young, yeah, covered it too. Oh man, bro, what we do know about this. We did talk about it, Mike. I'll tell you on if you're interested. When I wrap this stream up, go to my last stream. The last 40 minutes or so of that stream, I talked about Abandon. When we talked about the weirdness that's going on. I can't believe Yang Yeah covered it too. That's funny. Uh oh. Uh oh. You always think of me when it comes to Blue Box. Yeah, I guess so. A lot of people do, which is funny. But I guess it makes sense, you know? How could I not expect that? The Pro has been clutch. I play on console, so I don't have to keep fiddling with a lot of settings. Well, that's why I appreciate what Sony's doing with PSSR, where it's like there's only one setting and it's optional. You can toggle the PSSR enhanced mode for PSSR 2. And I'm really curious to see how well it works. I'm tempering my expectations because we have to understand that when PSSR 2 drops for the PS5 Pro and you turn on the option where it's like enhanced games, it's only going to do it for games that specifically use PSSR. There are some PS5 Pro enhanced games that don't use it and say they're PS5 Pro enhanced. For those games, it won't make a difference. But most games, a lot of them use PSSR. I'm curious to see how big of an improvement we will see. I mean, I'm not expecting like massive results. I'm not expecting something crazy. Let's see here. All right, where am I at? Okay, so I'm at the 3 hour and 45 minute mark. Uh, well, I pretty much did cover all the topics I wanted to cover today. Although I will say the PS5 Pro topic was. That's always how it goes. There's always like one topic that just gets the short end of the stick. But I think we're gonna hang out here for like another 10 minutes or so. I'm also gonna wait a little bit because I want to figure out what happened with Big Tech. I feel bad because he was trying to drop some support for the channel. I think he said he was dropping like some member gifts, but they didn't go through. And I'm assuming he's trying to make sure everything's okay there. But we'll do like a kind of last call. By that I mean we'll just chill for like 10 minutes, hang out, and chat. If you guys want to drop any more support before we wrap up today's stream, if you want to become a member, if you want to drop any more member gifts, any more super chats or direct donations, feel free to do so. We did hit our original goal of 25, so thank you guys so much for that. Do you think we will get games back onto discs fully with news of a 1 terabyte disc being made now? Would definitely be able to fit games on disc now. I mean, you would hope so. You would hope so, right? But I don't know. I feel like some of these companies don't want all the game on the disc, but Big Tech, you're saying YouTube took the money. Well, that's yeah, that's what I was worried about, man. So one of two things is likely going to happen then. Um, Either it's just going to go through delayed. I'm going to say that's probably not going to happen because I don't think that's ever happened. Um, what's most likely going to happen is that money will be refunded automatically by YouTube. Probably very soon. If the account says pending, it will fall off. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Yeah, that's the problem sometimes, man. Like, I hate that stuff like that happens. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. It's just the way these banks work, where like people just want to support, and they do, and it even goes on your end. It'll say it goes through, but really your bank is. It's like the money won't actually. It's technically not gone. Like that money's still technically in your account. It's just gonna fall off and be there the next day. Um, but either way, Big Tech. Regardless of what happens, man, I do appreciate you trying to support the channel. Because it's funny. I've seen you drop like 5 membership gifts before a few times, and I guess I don't know. You wanted to up the ante this time. You wanted to drop 10, and it's like, nah, bro, nah, we ain't let you drop 10. But I do appreciate it, man, and hopefully, yeah, hopefully there's no other problems beyond that. John Hipcrit, you're saying as of March 2026, 50 plus games use the PSSR on Pro. So it sounds like about half. I think there's like 100 plus games. Really? I would have thought it was more than that. Well, it's still pretty good though. But yeah, I mean, I do wonder like how, like I said, how big of a difference it'll make if it's going to be something where it's like it just looks a little bit crisper, or if it's actually going to help with like performance and crisp, crispness. Can't talk. Crispness. I've been streaming for too long, man. Have you seen the trailer for the new Yoshi game? That game has no business being exclusive to Switch 2. It looks like a Wii game. I haven't. No. This is how out of the loop I am uh with Nintendo, dude. Let's see here. Wait, hold on. Price increase for Fall Guys show bucks coming April 8th. What? Dude, like, what's happening? Now we're seeing price increases in microtransactions? I saw that did you guys see like V-Bucks are going up in price or something? Yeah, here we go. Fortnite, the biggest game in the world, wants you to help pay its bills. Oh my god, we're getting price increases for microtransactions, man. According to Epic Games, the cost of running Fortnite has gone up a lot. And so it wants its player base to help pay the increased bills. To do this, it's raising the price of V-Bucks, the game's premium currency. The cost of running Fortnite has gone up a lot, and we're raising prices to help pay the bills. The company rather bluntly states in an eye-opening. Oh my god, they actually worded it that way? Yo, that's kind of funny. That's crazy. That's crazy. The company rather bluntly states in an eye-opening first sentence, on March 19th, 2026, you'll get fewer V-Bucks from a purchase pack. So previously, if you bought a $9 pack, you would get 1,000 V-Bucks. Now you're only going to get 800. If you bought a $23 pack, you would get 2,800 V-Bucks. Now you're only going to get 2,400. $37 pack, 5,000 V-Bucks. Now you're only going to get 4,500. A $90 V-Buck pack, you used to get 13,500. Now you're going to get 12,500. While the price of a V-Bucks pack hasn't changed, you're getting fewer V-Bucks for your money. Okay. Oh man. It's stuff like this that just makes me feel like, man, is there reason to have any hope? Like, why, man? Why? This is crazy. Like, we're giving you less V-Bucks. It's because the players have been falling off. Fortnite needs to take more cash. If microtransactions are getting price hikes, the worst is coming for hardware. Mark my words. Oh. Well, I guess all I can say is thank God I don't play Fortnite. Sony's seeing money signs from this. I mean, probably. Sony ain't going to say none, but they're like, we ain't going to complain. God damn. We are cooked, man. We're cooked. I wonder if this is the beginning or the start of the enshittification. Eventually, everything that is successful hits this cycle. Yeah, it seems to be a natural way of the world or the universe, perhaps. Well, yeah, I mean, dude, I guess it's just the nature of like what we talked about before, where it's like enough is never enough, man. Insatiable growth. Devil Shooter, you're saying, MBG, I used to play Fortnite, and every skin I have I got for free. Epic can get effed. Call of Duty next. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right? Well, this is why, like, I don't know, man. I told you guys that I haven't really been playing multiplayer games. And I think the last multiplayer game I played was Metal Gear Fox Hunt. And I put like 100 hours into that. After that, though, I just fell off. Like, I haven't been playing anything. I mean, anything multiplayer wise. And it's been strange. It was strange at first. Yeah, you hear the cat. He's playing with his little jingle ball there. And now Luna's chasing him. Okay. Garrett's like, Yote Legends time, goodbye. Anybody been playing Concord 3? You thought you were going to say, no, he's definitely playing with something. Yeah, he's right next to me now. Don't fight. Ken almost killed PlayStation. I'm playing Ark right now, clearing my stash. Nice. You clear that stash. Garrett, enjoy Yote Legends. All right. Hope you have a good time. What was I just saying? Oh, yeah. It's been nice kind of being relieved of any live service games. You know, I feel like free of their grasp, and I don't know if I want to go back, but I'm sure something will come up. And John Hipcrit says, will COD ever go away? Currently top of the charts. No, I was thinking maybe with Black Ops 7, like, they really messed up. And I think they did. Like, it hurt them. It certainly hurt their bottom line. But realistically, it's like, when Modern Warfare 4 is announced in a few months, I think they'll be right back where they were. Especially after seeing the fall off of Battlefield, man. I'm like, yeah, maybe it's not like the problem that Call of Duty faced. I don't think is a fundamental problem. I think whatever problems that are fundamental have been there for a long time, and people are clearly okay with it. I think it was just more of a, yeah, I think we just really put out a Call of Duty game that people didn't really want this year. And it's been a long time since we've done that. But I don't know. The real test will be Modern Warfare 4. If Modern Warfare 4 struggles, then we have our answer. That, okay, it's actually on a slow decline. Like, it is going down. But, you know, we're probably not going to see that reveal till June. I'm sure they're going to be really careful, though, this time. You know, they're going to be on point, man. They got to make a comeback. All right, guys, I'm going to let this just, like, run to the 4-hour mark, okay? Don't come crying when Marathon gets shut down after a year or less. I mean, I don't think it's going to get shut down in a year, but where it will be in a year, I don't know how healthy it'll be. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm still waiting here to do my outro. I need to close this. Y'all sleeping on Marathon? I mean, apparently it's, from what I understand, it's not bad. I just don't think it's just not it's not the big thing, you know? Apparently they are making Destiny 3 now. They're in the early stages of Destiny 3, I believe. So next gen. Oh, Destiny Rising, I forgot about that. Yeah. You'd play it if it was free. I'm sure a lot of people would, yeah. All right, guys, this is where I'm going to do my outro, though. I'm just trying to get it to the 4-hour mark so it looks clean. We'll see if it works or not. But thank you all so much for tuning in and hanging out with me today. I think we had some good conversations. We covered a lot of different topics. I had a good time. And I also want to thank you guys for all of your support. We hit 31 members. We would have had 41. Unfortunately, Big Tech, he tried, man. He tried. And for some reason he got rejected. I don't know why. But I appreciate all of you guys who supported the channel directly. If you dropped any super chats, any direct donations, can't do it without you. So thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. And Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. Let's see where we at. Okay, so we have like 20 seconds here. So what should I say in the last 20 seconds? Hit that like button. How about that? You need a marathon to do a third person option? That would be cool. Hit that like button, guys. I put a video out. You could go check it out if you're interested. Go try Ghost of Yotei Legends. And that's it. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your evening or night. Hopefully, we will be back here tomorrow. Just make sure you have notifications turned on because I don't know what time exactly I'll be streaming if I do. All right? But that's it. I'll catch you all in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.